Gonna start off very easy. Just gonna milk the cows for a bit. Yes, we're gonna milk the cows right at the beginning of a game when they haven't produced milk yet. Cows don't actually start producing milk until the game first launches, so they aren't producing milk yet. I guess I'll feed them. They've eaten most of the animal feed. That needs to go away right now. This sapling has grown into a large tree that'll stop my vehicle. Not gonna acquiesce to that. I'll probably try to fill up the trunk with grass. We can fit a lot up there. The animals have something to eat for a very long time. And it's a perfect opportunity to get rid of these. Perfect opportunity to get rid of these trees. Now that it's December, the trees no longer grow back. You know, it's pretty provincial that it would start raining right now because you can't replace... Well, actually, no, it's fine. If there was no food in the troughs, they would start filling up with water right now, and I wouldn't be able to... get any food in there. Didn't realize that you can go over the inventory size limit by doing this. That's it's a little silly. Damn it. Whatever. These troughs are actually bigger than I thought. Right. It's one compost bin dealt with. I don't know if I don't have enough sack to deal with another one, I don't think. At least not right now. Or do I want to go ahead and compost these? I'm definitely not going to compost the wheat. I removed some of those destroyed plots that died for no apparent reason. Okay, well this one just doesn't have an icon. I don't know what's going on there. I guess I'll wait until I hit info and it actually says something other than winter wheat. Like this one right here. Obviously destroyed. Yeah, okay, I'll fertilize, or I'll compost these. If for no other reason than this gets some more compost going. This is actually a good opportunity to get one of my agriculture vans up and running. This is what I've been sitting on one of the Spiffo vans for. One of these had a really good trunk. That one's 150. This one's 145. Oh, the one that had the perfect trunk I already parked down here. Let's bring it back. Leave the engine running so that the battery can charge back up. Just one row left, and now crops go in 5 bags for a row of for 2 rows of 10, or basically 5 bags of compost for 20 crops. Damn it. Accidentally unequipped my backpack. Bit of a doof. Still milk the cows, but that's alright, because the, it takes them a little while to build up their reservoir of milk, as it were. And it only starts building up after the game is launched, so... Never plan to milk the cows at the beginning of a game. Always let it run for a little while. And we're just about ready to put on some weight. We do have plenty of butter we can use for that. Let's use these eggs and start frying us up some homies. Read until about 4. Alright, that's 2 dispenser bottles of milk and all of the fountain cups. Ooh, I think I have a butter churn I can put down. That needs to go in the kitchen, assuming I have it. Yeah. I've really been procrastinating on emptying my vans. I suppose there's no better time to get it over with. I have 2 entire vans and trailers full of loot. It's a lot of work to get these emptied. But might as well get started. I have at least done myself the favor of pre-sorting what mods. I'm currently just using 2. This is a stat bar mod, simple status, B42 version, and the other one is draw on the map. So they're just UI mods. Everything else is vanilla build 42. I'm gonna get these in my bookshelf here. Oh, carving I can actually throw out because I've already got a full set of that. That was a duplicate. Nothing that I can read right now. Okay. Well, it is what it is. This machete is flagged for deconstruction. SR-788 and a bunch of guns. That's a good start. My gun locker is on this side. I sort my ammo by caliber alphabetically. I know it's really silly. I don't know if any self-respecting gun owner would ever do that, but it makes sense to me, so that's how I'm going to do it. MSR 788 is 308. The smallest caliber is 223. So the MSR 788's going here. And then above that we got 38 Special. And that is where these M36s go. The M625 is 45 Auto. So that would go right here. As will the M1911 and its magazine. And its rounds. And all the way over here at the bottom is 9mm. Empty magazine. Box of rounds. And above that is shoddy. A couple of double barrel shotguns. Loose shells and a box. Some book reading material. Book reading material, as it were. Keychain into the funny stuff box. This the van up front here is the one from looting the military surplus store at Jametown. Among other things in Jametown. I came away from that place with a lot of stuff. This bag is full of ammo, I believe, and finally some 223. So you see, basically, if you look at the alphabetical sorting of the ammo in the bag, 223, 308, 38, 44 mag, 45 auto, 556. If there was 9mm, that would be next, and then shotgun. So I'm doing the same thing with my boxes. First one is 223. Then scroll up, and we get 308. Then scroll up, and we get 38 Special. And scroll up, and it brings you to the next column. Then we get 44 Magnum. Scroll up, and we got 45 Auto. Scroll up, 556. Like I said, 9mm isn't in this bag, so we scroll up past that to shotgun. And there's an empty bag. Let's get the next. Sweet, same deal. Magazine snuck its way into this one. Always love me a gun store that has just a little bit of everything in it. Now, what did I just notice? I noticed that we found ourselves a enough 45 auto to make a carton, I believe. So in B42, 12 boxes equals 1 carton. When you pack things into a carton, it reduces the encumbrance cost to their storage. So whenever you're storing large quantities of stuff, if you can pack it into a carton, always do it. Oh, and we can do that for 3 categories. So basically the crafting menu just pulls it from all the gun boxes in front of me. So I can make 12 boxes of 308 for a carton. So I just stick that back into the 308 box, and it's got more room now. 12 boxes of 45 auto into a carton. Stick that back where I found it. And then 12 boxes of shotgun shells into a carton. Stick that into the shotgun. Very nice. Let's see what else we got. I don't know if there's any other dedicated ammo bags, but we might have some loose stuff. It's all tailoring. We've got some weapon parts. Let's just take those by themselves. And there are a couple of weapons in here, but everything else is various. I'll just separate the firearms and do those manually. So that's all the firearms from that part. How about here? Mostly military gear. Okay. Yeah, it's all military gear and then some various stuff. So that is the last of the weapons and ammo from the Jametown military surplus store. Got ourselves a M14 mag, that's 308. An empty M9 mag. Box of 9. Some 44 Magnum. And a box of shoddy. And we picked up an M9 and a Magnum. And this choke tube and scope goes into the top corner. Before I forget about it, I need to dismantle this machete that is almost broken, because I can turn around and reforge it. Dismantle bladed item, machete, dull. So I pull it apart, I get a machete blade, I turn around to my furnace here, and I smelt the steel from the machete blade. Gives me back 4 steel chunks. I can turn around and turn those 4 steel chunks into a steel bar. Then I can turn around and forge that steel bar right back into a machete blade. All the while getting more metalworking experience. It's a lovely, lovely little closed loop as long as you remember to actually stop using the machete before it breaks. Got to be a little bit vigilant about that, because if it breaks, you can't recover the metal the same way you can. Where'd it go? Machete blade, there it is. 520 metalworking experience. I still have a small handle in the box, so I can already assemble it. Then I just gotta go sharpen it at the grindstone. And we've got ourselves another full condition machete ready for deployment. This one I do believe belongs in my field kit in the van here. Yeah. Wait a minute. No. Probably the ambulance's field kit then? Or did I just have an extra machete? Might have just had an extra machete. That's fine. Nothing wrong with having an extra machete. I will definitely put it to use. Okay. Garbage bags dealt with. We've found ourselves a stray magazine over here. Into the big collection of magazines that constantly is growing bigger because the devs keep adding more. Alright. Stuff that I can put most of it in the same place here. Got our jewelry box and or various metals that are not steel or iron. Well, yeah, that's obvious. You can't even, if you want to submit a bug report, you cannot even migrate from different versions of build 42. So every time a new version of build 42 comes out, I start a new save. It's how do you say it? It's a kind of like a Groundhog Day of a game. You're just you're constantly starting over. Does mean that my extreme long-term goals are pretty much never met, but that's all right. I mean, I'm here for the journey, not for the destination. If you're playing Project Zomboid for a destination, you're probably gonna have a bad time, unless you have like a billion destinations, in which case, well, it's more about the journey then, isn't it? What do we got here? More tailoring. I think this is stuff that... Is this stuff that I wanted to keep? So usually when I bring back clothing, I try to categorize it based on what I'm going to scrap for tailoring experience and what I'm going to keep because it looks pretty. In Build 42, the colors of things are randomized. Yeah, I think these hoodies I wanted to keep, but I don't remember exactly what color they were. Let's place them and find out. Are they both black? Oh yeah, those are close enough to black that they qualify. Believe it or not, a black hoodie is kind of hard to find sometimes. I mean, even this is not a perfect black, because they both look like they have a slight red tint to them, but I can deal with a slight tint. And then I think we have a, what is this, a green hoodie? We'll put that on for a second. Right, this was the green hoodie that had an ever so slight... it's like a darker forest green. It's not a perfect match for the military camo stuff, so it can It can go in here with the other various greens that are close but not perfect. Just to give you a bit of perspective on my saves, the last time I got a base quite this good, although it was actually better, this is my base from 42.7. It probably my favorite base so far. The colored lights were a really nice touch, and the extra violet carpeting was a very hard to find thing. Right now, as you can see, I only have 26 tiles of violet carpeting, because this is all the violet carpeting that spawns in Riverside. If you want to get more, you're going to have to go on a dedicated journey out to, I know of a church in Ekron that has a whole bunch of it. I don't know of anywhere else off the top of my head that has it. I'm sure there's some place that has it, but it's rare. Definitely not a plentiful type of thing. Apparently I can learn how to craft something with a battery. Improvised lighter? Really? That's a thing now? I think our electrical boys are eating good here. Make improvised lantern, make improvised lighter. Holy shit. Okay, that's actually really cool. No, that is really cool. See, fire sources have been a bit of a sticking point because if you open up the pottery, the kiln interface here, you'll see that it requires a lighter of some kind. But you can now make a lighter out of a battery? Ooh. What electrical level does that require? It doesn't look like it has a requirement. The recipe obviously is a requirement, but so I wasn't able to research that recipe until just now. I would have noticed it before. That tells me that this actually does have, even though it doesn't show it, it probably has a recipe requirement of electrical level 4. So that is my hype just now died down a little bit because electrical level 4, for somebody who has no experience in electrical, that's a bit of a tall order. You're going to be dismantling a lot of watches to get there. That's exactly what I did, though. And I'll do it again many times, because that's what you got to do in this game. Project Zomboid is a game where you learn how to make bombs by dismantling 10,000 watches. Purple gloves, of all things. And like an ever so slightly Hawaiian shirt, too. No, I don't think the game will ever be finished, because even if the devs stop developing it, I have a feeling that the reason they'll stop developing it will be because they got tired of it. I don't actually genuinely believe that the devs are ever going to consider the game to be finished work. I could be wrong. I'm okay with it if I'm wrong, but I mean, even if it is done, the way I look at it is NPCs are not in the game yet. When NPCs are in the game, the meta is going to significantly change to something where, I mean, okay, so already in build 42, they've made it so that the every playthrough is a little bit different for various reasons. When NPCs get added to the mix, that's going to increase tremendously. Every run you get, there's probably going to be different, various randomly generated NPCs of all sorts of flavors, and you're going to find them in very different places at different times and stuff like that. And that's going to make every single playthrough a unique experience. So your incentive to start over is going to be pretty heightened. I mean, how long has The Sims 4 been out? That's a game that I spend a lot of time playing, but I would never stream it because it's not as interesting of a game as this one. This is a game where whenever you go out there, you're putting everything on the line. So there's actually a little bit of amusement to be found among the tedium. In The Sims 4, you're never really gonna be that entertaining about it. But imagine if this game had all the same mechanics as Sims 4. I think that's kind of what they're working towards with the NPCs thing. It's just the game as it is, but with other humans in it. Or something that can ever so vaguely approximate another humans, you know. Ooh, the cubicle divider. I forgot that I brought that back with me. Neat. My clinic is going to get, my clinic is going to get even more interesting decorations now. So we can do eye tests. And now we've got a cubicle divider to give a slight semblance of privacy to our patients who don't exist. Oh yeah, no, you're 100% correct. Well, The Sims 4 was finished many years ago, but they're still adding things to it. Will Zomboid do the same thing? I don't know. The Fun Pimps did that with 7 Days to Die. They've finished the game, and now they're constantly, well, they've started the process of adding DLC armor, and I'm sure that's just the very beginning of what DLC we'll see for that lovely game. The possibilities are very much an open question in that regard. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't even begin to count. Well, actually, no, I could. I play the friggin' game so much that I actually have the games folder on. Where is it? I've got the actual games folder on Shortcut. Well, no, I could count them if I wanted to, but that would require opening the games folder, which I don't have on Shortcut, and I thought I did. I have the mod folder on Shortcut. That's what I have. Because mods are more important than the base game. Always are. Is that a green beret? That is almost the correct color of green. Oh, it's so close. Look at that. That is so close. One of my hobbies in this game is to try to, since B42 introduced random generated clothing, trying to find something that's an actual match for forced camo. It's so close. It's so close. The green is ever too slightly saturated. It's such a shame. See, this game has green berets, but they're about as green as the actual green berets are, which is it's hardly green. It's like black with an ever so slight green tint to it. But I digest. Sheriff Deputy, we got a holster. I think we got Sheriff Deputy outfit somewhere else too. So let me fun fact about my base. Have you noticed anything about the river? This right here is the edge of Riverside. So with the new spawn system, you're able to get randomized spawns pretty much anywhere on the map. So I went off of the map. This is this base area that we built in is actually outside of the map area. So it's the only way that I could guarantee there would not be any random zombie spawns. Not to say that it's not possible for a zombie to get up here. There actually was one that wandered its way into my garden, and that's why there's a big random gap in my crops, because it stepped on them. Fucking thing. But yeah, if there is any zombies that come my way, they're most likely to just start bashing their heads on the front of the base, because that's the generator on the roof is going to be drawing them in. So they'll be going for the generator if they don't see me. Got... Ooh, you know what? Huh, I almost forgot about this. I have laundry now. Apron, dress, formal, shirt, bloody shoes. So I no longer have to keep hand washing these things. I can just toss them in the washer and handle that in bulk. Dark purple set of undies. Bunch of magazines and fun stuff. Book. Decorations. Random Mason's Trowel slated for smelting into iron. And ooh, scrap metal. The sacred scrap metal. I still can't believe we're 10 builds into build 42, and the devs still have not added a way to actually make scrap metal. I could make iron. I can make steel bars, and I can forge a steel sword from it. But I can't make scrap metal. No, that's that. No, no, that's only welders can do that. It's so stupid. It's such a silly little oversight. Finally, have a Kentucky state flag. I can have a little bit of diversity in my flag representation here. So I will put the Kentucky state flag right here. So I guess you could say that my base is a chamber of commerce, seeing as I'm the last person alive in Riverside. I am technically the mayor now. Got an empty bucket. Drop it here, get filled up with rain. A brand new radio. I've been holding on to brand new premium tech radios so that I can replace the ugly radios in my various vehicles that actually use them. So pull the old one out, put the new one in. Yeah. Well, there's that, but then there's also the they've added they've actually, I would say that Build 42 has made combat easier. I would say that it is actually a lot easier than it used to be. And the reason I'd say that is because in Build 41, all the zombies moved the same speed, and that same speed was fast shambler. Now, the zombie speed is randomized, and you've got a mix of fast shamblers, medium shamblers, and slow shamblers. Slow shamblers move so slow that you can, on many occasions, I will have sat there and eat something or read a magazine or just, wait for them to come to me. And it's sometimes kind of comical how long it takes for them to get to you. Most of the time when I'm in combat and I'm trying to control their movement, I'll intentionally go up ahead and make them lunge at me. When I was on vacation with one of my buddies, we played Build 41 so that we could do multiplayer. And going back to zombies all being fast shamblers is actually a bit of a whiplash. I found combat harder. It was kind of an interesting revelation. Caffeine goes in here. Small form food in the corner. And fire sources here. Everything else is for the fun box. We're almost done with the main trunk of this vehicle. Yeah, no, like 1% sprinters would really be a thing to behold. Even if it's just 1%. I would personally be alright with probably 5%. But right now, I'm just going to try to play the game as the devs give it to us. With the notable exceptions of the stat bar. I'm never playing this game without a stat bar again. It's just such a silly decision that the devs would give you. See, the devs give you some stat bars. They give you your experience bars here. They give you, you can magically know what your weight is without ever being near a scale. And you can magically know your body temperature without a thermometer. They half-assed it. They really did. Just give us all stat bars, or you want to go full immersion, give us no stat bars. But this half-in, half-out bullshit, I don't stand for it. That's why I added a stat bar, and I'll never play this game without it. Devs need to make up their mind, or shit or get off the pot, as it were. See, they want their extremely difficult game, and they want their game that people will actually play. They want both. They'll do it. They'll absolutely do it. Brand new leather jacket. It's a rare find indeed. 99.9% of the leather jackets you find on zombies these days are going to have holes in them. Tailoring is coming along nicely. I'm at level 5. It is level 7, I think, that you need to be before you can actually just straight up fix holes. 7 or 8, I genuinely can't remember. I even got there once, and but I was blowing through tailoring so fast at the time that I was like, oh, wow, cool, I can do that now. Gum sugar cubes. Tea bag. That's caffeine. Goes with the soda. An aerosol bomb. You know what? We're gonna do some. We're gonna have some fun here. I found an aerosol bomb just randomly while I was out there in the world looting, and apparently bombs work better against zombies now. This is a new thing as of like 42.9. The devs when they added the ragdolls, the devs significantly increased the amount of damage that bombs do to zombies. And I haven't been able to make my own bombs yet, but I just found this one. I am very curious to see how well it works. So apparently all you gotta do is... Wait a minute, where did I put it? Did I leave it in that bag? I left it in that bag. I'm just gonna grab it again real quick, and we're gonna throw it at a zombie. See what happens. There it is. We got an aerosol. They're also a noisemaker. I had one of those before and I botched it somehow. I don't know if it... I'm pretty sure I did it wrong. Equip and perform basic attack to throw. I don't know what it means by basic attack. Does that mean push? Or does that mean right click to aim and then click? We are going to find out. I recently patrolled this area. So everybody here is dead. Of course, yeah, ragdolls are on by default, and I play with all game settings on default. Alright. Aerosol bomb. Equip primary. Shit! Okay. No special effects, but that was kind of cool. That's interesting. I may have just set that house on fire. I also may have attracted a lot of them from every different angle with the noise. Let's go right this way, fools. The road, please. Feature to rotate. So it looks like the fires did not persist long enough to set the house on fire. Oh, that's nice. Keep my houses mostly intact here. I'm going to see if I can find a larger group, and I want to see what the effect of the noisemaker is. Because we do have a noisemaker. I've tried using it before by doing the right click where it says something about if you right click a noisemaker it says arm and set. That did nothing. I didn't see anything happen to the zombies after I did that. Like even the zombies who weren't aggroed onto me, they just didn't do anything. Yeah, here's a large group. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I don't want to aggro them visually if I can avoid it. So I'm going to, after I kill these two, I'm going to sneak over. I just realized my damage is getting seriously cut. I don't know if you noticed that, but my first attack hit the one that was on the ground, even though she was falling. Isn't that odd? Alright. So we are sneaking now. Gonna equip the noisemaker. And I'm gonna try throwing it over at this street light and see if it pulls. See how many it pulls. Ooh, that works. That absolutely works. Ooh, that worked. That worked all the way over there. Or did it? No, they're just kind of wandering. Okay. That's kind of cool. They're just kind of slowly creeping towards it. And none of them, well, that guy did, but none of the other ones turned to face me. I could see that being useful in certain situations where you want to split large groups up. But I didn't. I actually forgot to stock up on food, so I'm going back to base. We're not going out and doing any big fighting when the tiredness moodle just popped up, and so is the hunger. Feed myself too. Now that's a tragedy right there. Gigamart has quite a lot of food in it. Big old bags of non-perishable stuff and whatnot. Even the perishables nowadays, you can extract seeds from them. That was a nice little diversion from emptying massive amounts of loot into my loot storage. But yeah, I'm gonna do one more bag before I get to bed here. With the Restless Sleeper perk in the current build, I think the best times to go to bed are about 22:30, and then you'll wake up in the middle of the night, screw around until about 4 a.m., and then go to bed again. That'll keep you, in my experience, that'll keep you awake with the sunlight, so you won't get tired again until about 1800 the next day. Found some rope. Several rope. Rope for the rope god. I'm currently storing my rope in this backpack that is almost completely full. In fact, it is very completely full. So yes, there is, what you gotta do is, actually let me take a look and see if I have it. What you need is 20 items of a jewelry type. So, it looks like yes, I have, there's a recipe here called scrap jewelry, and there's scrap gold and scrap silver jewelry. So the input options are basically just any type of jewelry that exists. As you can see, I got like 100, different types. Yeah, it's right now it's like choosing all gold rings with like one or two exceptions, because gold rings are really common as like wedding bands and stuff. Same with silver rings. Yeah, I've got like 20 of each, so I can go ahead and scrap those. And what you can do with the scraps after you spend the time to scrap these is you can turn around and use them to make you go to your advanced forge, you go to I'll do a search for sheet, and you can forge a gold sheet from I think you need 10 gold fragments. So right now I have one plus several other that I've gotten before. I'm definitely not yet at the point where I can actually make a full-on gold sheet, but eventually I'll be able to. And then you can actually there's several things you can make with those gold sheets, like a cup. There's silverware. Forge precious metal, that's what you're looking for. So you type the word precious, and you can do precious metal, butter knives, metal forks, metal spoons. I think you can also do cups and chalices. Yeah. A goblet, too. You can have a golden goblet. That's something I'll be interested in doing at some point. But yeah, it's just sort of a thing that I'm already searching them for tailoring items, such as you can turn long sleeve shirts into crop tops. You can turn jeans into jean shorts, those sort of things. So I'm already looking for those. So I might as well pick up jewelry while I'm at it because it's also lightweight. And I have 6 scraps of gold fragments, so I need a couple more mass harvests of jewelry from the dead. And it's pretty morbid, but that's how leveling it works here. Now, can you make anything really interesting with, I mean, aside from just pretty aesthetic stuff like chalices and whatnot? Yeah, there's nothing interesting that I've noticed that you can make. It's all fashion. I would say almost yes, almost. There are some things that are almost completely useless, like socks. You still can't scrap socks for a single rag, for example. So there are certain things I will just throw on the floor and leave it there. There it is. Small form materials, duct tape, nuts and bolts. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that has a use that you can find a use for it, so to speak. Twine wire. I think the wire I'm going to toss into the metalworking bin. Will I? Huh. You can make a stack of wire. Hey there, Lemon. How's it going? We are currently in the process of emptying our loot hordes from the base. As you can see, I've got 2 convoys. I've emptied the trunk of the Ford-most vehicle. Now I'm working on the trailer next, and it's about to be bedtime, so we'll hit the sack and then do some more sorting once I wake up here. Glass making, okay, so there is one niche use for it that I've found that I actually find objectively useful, and that's to make large quantities of jars. I usually like to do that before April, because April is that's when you start planting the spring crops, and it's also when you start getting close to your harvest of the winter crops. So everything over here that you see me planted, those are all winter crops, because you plant them in October, and their harvest is somewhere between March and May. When you harvest those, you get like tons and tons of stuff. Some of it you're going to want to preserve. That's usually where the jars come in. In a game where you can make cans very easily, they don't have canning. No, that'd be too easy. We cannot make our own cans. I don't know if we'll ever be able to make our own cans because too easy, way too easy. Now we've got to have jars, and of course, jars are not the only thing holding you back from actually preserving the crops. You need vinegar, and right now there's no way to make vinegar. Vinegar, you have to loot it, or you don't have it. So the devs want to make an off-the-grid living thing. They got a lot of work to do because with no way to make your own vinegar, there's no way to jar things off the grid. So I got opinions about that, but I'm sure they'll come up with a way to make vinegar eventually. Oh, right. No, so making it until April is not always just a survival thing. Sometimes it's just, not getting bored. That's a very valid thing. I had a gentleman comment on one of my streams the other day, and he was like, "How do you not get bored?" And I'm like, "Well," and I still proceed to write 6 paragraphs because you got to put a lot of thought into it to not get bored with this game. Otherwise, because it doesn't really hold your hand very much. It teaches you how to meet all of your basic needs and then kind of throws you to the wind. I'm okay with that personally, but that's a lot of folks would rather put their mental energy into something else, which I understand completely. Okay, it is 22:40. We're actually late to get to sleep. Let's get a nap after we have a drink, because we're thirsty. Should have water in that canteen. One thing that I just absolutely despise not having right now is a single switch to control all of my lights. I would give my kingdom for that right now. That's, you know what? You're 100% correct, and I'm totally on board with that interpretation. The only thing it's missing is NPCs. You know, Animal Crossing is only popular because there's NPCs in it, and if we had NPCs in this game, it would there's a lot of folks who would play it like I am right now. Like I'm just sort of in the back of my mind, I'm almost pretending like there are NPCs, right? Like why the hell am I building a clinic? Who the hell am I going to put there? I never get injured. I've spilled blood twice in the I don't know 60 hours I put into this run so far, and both times I immediately patched myself up. I never didn't need no bed or IV drip or anything like that. Ooh, that's an urban camo shirt that goes over here. But yeah, no, that everything that I'm kind of building would be like made all the better for it if there were NPCs occupying the world with me. Because then I'm not just playing dress up for my main character, I'm playing dress up for an entire team. I'm a zombie girl in a zombie world. Where do I put entrenching tools? Gardening? I guess. That's a big question. I guess gardening for now. I mean, if only because my weapon box is getting so full. Ooh, we got circular targets and property signs and warning signs. Yeah, we're putting these outside. Absolutely. Need some light. Give me some light, ambulance. How's about we start with... what did I do for 42.7? I used the Riverside Rangers at the very edge, which is nice, but if I'm gonna do a white exterior, I can't make room for a white flag. That's gonna have to go inside. So I'm thinking something like, yeah, I'll do the target at the very edge. This will be our target practice area. If only we could actually level firearms by shooting at these. You know, like people do in real life. I can't shoot here. I would piss the animals off. Last thing I want is the animals running around stampeding, breaking my doors and stuff. Yeah. Warning. Restricted area. Oh, look. Works for me. That's all the decorations on this side, I think. There's another bag full of them, I think. Jerry cans. Jerry cans are like gas cans, but much, much thicker. Same storage capacity, but they weigh 4.0 encumbrance. Chonky things. Oh, absolutely, 100%. That is that's the comment that I put on this on this screenshot of mine. The insane loner continues to decorate her base. 1994, colorized. Have a link to that somewhere. Steam does not make it easy to share things sometimes. Praise content. There we go. Copy link address. Absolutely. Very accurate characterization. If I am the last woman standing, then I'll pretend that there's more than just me. Otherwise, I'll go insane. I would probably be that way just in real life too. If there was nobody left on the planet, if I was the last person hanging out, I would absolutely pretend that there's people there. Otherwise, I don't even want to speculate about what I'd do. I would go insane in much worse ways than this. Twine, that's it. And a paperback. This duffel bag had some decorations in it, too. Decorations of the construction sort. Maybe I'll put it on this side. Survival crafting of various flavors. I've put a very embarrassing amount of hours in 7 Days to Die. It's all right. I was actually having a conversation with someone just earlier today about the fundamental differences between where is it? Between 7 Days and Zomboid. So just ignore heroes and generals and arc. 7 Days to Die. I don't know if I'll ever stream Warframe, but 7 Days, Project Zomboid, Dark Tide. I'll probably stream Stellaris someday, but I don't know. Terra Invicta is a little bit more niche, but it satisfies the strategy craving. And, of course, RimWorld. Most of these other titles are pretty niche. Sons of the Forest I might stream someday, too. It's Sons of the Forest it's a good survival crafting game, but it's also got like a very centralized narrative to it that once you've played it, it kind of... I don't want to say it ends the appeal of the survival crafting thing, but... I mean, spoiler alert, when you finish the game, you can choose to leave the island. That's not hardly a big surprise. But, yeah, it's done the bold thing of having a survival crafting game where there's an option to actually have it end. Honestly, it's kind of a bold choice. Not a lot of survival games that I played do that. Breaking a funnel. Bricks at the top here, right? Call it that. Don't starve, yeah. One of my buddies did try to get me into that back in the day. It is probably something that's on my radar to try. One of the things I picked up more recently is what's it called? Rising World. It's yet another early access indie tier survival game. It seems like they just added NPCs to it, which is potentially interesting. Don't know for sure. Shoulder holster, Alice belt and sus. Air Force coveralls. These are actually great. The Air Force coveralls you can always find in the military surplus store. I like them as pajamas because if you're ever putting your clothes in the wash, this will cover up all layers. So it's like a onesie. I had a buddy from the Air Force who laughed at that when I told him about it. Yet another military duffel. Some camping gear and some books, and it is actually time to sleep. I'm going to go ahead and sleep now. For anybody joining, welcome. We are currently emptying loot. Lots of it. There's a lot of loot. We have an entire convoy that we brought back from the Jametown and Phallus Lake looting runs. And we didn't even get everything in Phallus Lake, but that's all right. There are certain things that we have enough of at this point. We're mostly done. So we finished the trunk of the main vehicle. We're mostly done with the trailer of the main vehicle. And then we've just got these two, which are both recently repaired. So that's going to be a fun thing to do. Once we're done emptying all the loot, there's probably some design stuff I'll want to do. Oh, our book box is actually full. Good thing I got a spare. So we have magazines in the bottom of this column here. In the middle, we got paperbacks. In the top, we got hardcover books. Hardcover books we're already full on. At some point, I'll go back and remove the duplicates because there are a few duplicates that I have, but for now, I'm not really worried about that. Okay, so we have Reloading 3. That's a new book that we found recently. Yeah, we've got Reloading 1, 2, 3, and 4, so all that's left is to find is 5. That'll probably be in one of the cooler gun stores like Stendo's over in West Point. If not there, it would probably be in Louisville. Electronics, not really. There's some camping stuff. That goes in the top of the first aid and container stack here. Not the wristwatch. Camping container. P38 can opener's cooking, I guess. Right. Well, yeah. So, like, it's all about goal setting, in my opinion. The goals that you set for yourself will determine how much fun you can, the peak amount of fun you can have with this game. If you set goals that are challenging but technically possible, then you'll have a good time for a very long time. Like, my goal is to have as many weapon skills maxed out as I possibly can before I actually go to Louisville. Like, I don't even want to set foot in Louisville until I have aiming and reloading and long blade, maybe axe, all of them maxed. And I want to have short blade up to at least 5 or 6, because short blade makes for a great finisher. You see the hunting knife on my Alice pack there? I can always switch to that regardless of what I have in my primary slots. And that is a short blade finisher, uses the lowest amount of stamina among any of the other finishers. So it's quicker than the stomp, and it is, well, not necessarily quicker than the stomp, but it uses less stamina. So for a very long engagement where you're trying to conserve stamina, switch to your sidearm. It's faster than reloading. to quote an ancient meme, as it were. That's and hatchets. We've got more and more and more rope. Well, you see, that's the thing. It is a grind. You're absolutely correct. But when you get an Alice kit, it is infinitely easier to have it on you at all times. Because, being a carving kind of guy, carving to get short bats and other stuff like that, I always have a knife on me. So I figure, why not actually have a combat purpose for that knife? But otherwise, you'd be 100% correct. I'd never touch it if it was not something that I could just do, because I would already have a knife on me. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and put those there. At this point, I'm going to start considering just scrapping hatchets, because I can't keep putting them in this weapon container forever. It's getting closer and closer to being full. Wristwatch, military on this side. Yeah, let's do that. I'm doing Roy G. Biv for my clothing with the shades to the left. So I start with black, go to white and gray, and then we go to reds, oranges and browns, yellows and golds. I got 2 different storage containers for greens, because I pick up so many greens, because anything that matches the forest green is a great thing for me. And then the dark blues, the light blues, and then the violets. So it's a little bit wacky. It's just a variation of a spectrum kind of storage, for somebody who's on the spectrum or whatever the hell. Gonna need it because I got a lot of clothes I picked up. So I got some urban camo that can go with the grays. Anything that I've got an advantage in, for sure. So I pick a construction worker with Carver and what was the other? I already forgot. So carving gets you short bats if you get to the high enough level, and then masonry. That's right. That also from being a construction worker. So masonry, short blunt, and carving are basically my core skill set, because masonry gets me to the point where I can make I can chisel mace heads, and carving gets me the ability to make short bats, which are the handles for your maces. So you want to be able to make maces, a carver and a carver and a construction worker. That combo right there is peak short blunt. Olive drab is going to be on this side. And then tiger stripe camo. Tiger stripe camo is really important because it matches the green, or it's a close match, but it has a lot less insulation than the green. So this is actually my summer kit right here. It's pretty good. I like it. It's not a perfect match. As you can see, the greens of the tiger stripe are much brighter, but it's a closer match than any of the other lightweight military jackets. My only other option for low insulation would be desert camo, which is honestly a painful thing. There's no Alice kit in desert camo. Absolutely tragic. Matching is very important to me, and there's certain things that just don't match. Olive drab can go over here. Everything else is green camo. Lots and lots of green camo. You can start to see why I have 2 separate clothing containers just for green camo. But yeah, this is my trait selection. So on the negatives, thin-skinned, restless sleeper, conspicuous, hearty appetite, prone to illness, slow healer, weak stomach, clumsy, cowardly, short-sighted, slow reader. Those are all the negatives. Basically, all those are is saying, you know, don't eat spoiled food, don't get hit by a zombie, that kind of stuff. Cowardly just means wait a few months before you start using firearms. Short-sighted just means always wear prescription glasses. But then the positives are cat's eyes, dexterous, wakeful, whittler, organized, fast learner, athletic, strong, and... How the fuck did I get herbalist? I think I got herbalist from a magazine. Yeah. Herbalist is one of the very few traits you can actually acquire from a magazine. Because I know I did not take that. If I had, I would have a +1 to foraging, so that I do not have. But yeah, basically it's just the first several months of the game are entirely melee combat. And then finally, after you've survived for a few months, you no longer get panicked from seeing zombies. That's when you can start leveling your aiming, assuming you found the books. If you haven't found the books, I'd recommend finding them first. Makes it go so much faster. More greens for the green god. Olive drab and olive drab. I almost have a full olive drab set. Olive drab is pretty drab, though. Pretty drab. I also think this poncho is not a good match. My girl's been so excited to empty her loot that she forgot to eat. Get her some food. She's supposed to be trying to put on weight right now. I generally play with a constant cycle of putting on weight and losing it. Putting on weight just means I'm making stir fries with a lot of eggs and butter. There we go, back into the plus calories. Right, so messing with the sleep mechanic, that I understand that completely. Basically, the way I have it set up now is the restless sleeper. Basically what it does is it just makes it so that you wake up in the middle of the night without getting a full night's sleep, and the game will randomly, it will force you to continue staying awake for a random amount of time. That random amount of time never exceeds a couple of hours. So basically what you got to do if you want to be a restless sleeper is wake up in the middle of the night, screw around for a couple of hours, and then go back to sleep. If you can get into the habit of doing that, then you don't even think about it anymore. You just got to habituate yourself properly to it. But I cushion the impact of that by also taking the wakeful trait, which basically just means that you go for longer without getting the tiredness debuff. So it's there's a bit of push and pull there. Padded pants, those are rare to find without any holes in them. Got a violet balaclava and a LEO blue. LEO blue goes here. And this one's for the light blues. I think these fingerless gloves are gray. I'm gonna have to check. Actually, so sleeping pills are very deceptive. What sleeping pills do is your character has a stat called fatigue. Fatigue builds up over time. When you get to the first threshold, which is 60 fatigue, as with the wakeful trait. When you get to the first threshold at 60 fatigue with wakeful, that's when you get the first tired debuff moodle that shows up on the screen. That's the point where you start losing damage when you see the moodle. If you take a sleeping pill, all it really does is set your fatigue to 100. That's all it does. Like, it doesn't actually make it so that you can get back to sleep. If you're trying to sleep in the middle of the night when you're a restless sleeper, for example, it's not usually the fact that you're not tired enough. It's just the fact that you can't get back to sleep. Like it's good old fashioned insomnia. I'm tired, but I can't sleep. It's whoever designed this mechanic is actually really faithful to how insomnia is in real life, because the way the mechanic boils down to it is, I need to sleep, but I can't. And fuck me if that isn't accurate. If I don't know if you guys ever pay attention to if you watch any of my streams before, the time and date is in the bottom right hand corner of my stream every time, so you can see that I'll be up at, like, every hour of the day. There's not a single hour of the day that I haven't been streaming randomly throughout the past couple of months, because I'm not very good at maintaining a solid sleep schedule. That's insomnia right there. It's nasty. You get to that point where you're like, yeah, I know I need to sleep, but I can't. It's like, I'll lay my head on the pillow and I'll just sit there and I'll be like, damn it. I think we're almost... Are we on the last bag? I think we're on the last bag. Yes, that was the last bag. We can finally move one of our 2 convoys out of the way. So I build a base with doors in every corner so that it makes it easier to unload loot wherever I need to. Like if I had just raided a food market, for example, I'd park here, so that I could unload to the kitchen. But that was most of the loot that I picked up was like clothing related and whatnot. So I can park this over here. I don't yet have dedicated parking spots for my vehicles. If you look at one of my previous base designs here, here it is. This is one of my earlier base designs. I used sand to mark a parking spot and then surrounded it with gravel. The sand actually, not only did it visually mark the spot, but it also, you drive a little bit slower on sand, so it makes it a little bit easier to park. This is the 1 year marker for my 42.7 run. It was a fantastic time. We did good things there. Here's my, I can post a link to that in chat. It's a pretty good, assuming it ever loads. Wait a minute, that's an earlier one. Here it is, the 1 year marker. Abuski. That's eventually something that I'm going to work towards. Not the exact same thing, but it requires a lot of gravel. Gravel you can move around if you have a lot of sacks fill up with it. But I'm still collecting sacks at the moment, so it'll be easier to do large quantities of gravel later. Alright, what have we got here? Ooh, we have a generator. I forgot about that. I got another generator. So in build 42, the generators, there's different colors of them. The yellow one is the best insofar as it has the lowest chance to take condition damage over time. So if you use a yellow generator, it's best for your long-term bases that you're going to be spending a lot of time at. The other generators are kind of mid. There's an old generator and then a red generator. Those are both kind of mid, in my opinion. There's a blue generator that I actually like because even though it is the most likely to take damage over time, it's also lightweight. It is 10 encumbrance lighter than the other generators, so it's a lot more advantageous to take with you if you're going on a expedition to like a place where you just want to have a temporary base to crash and have a fridge that's operational in. So if you want to go out in the field with a generator, that's your blue generator is great for that. And then the old generator does have one thing going for it. The old generator is the loudest. So if you're just trying to attract a huge horde of zombies and you can afford to lose a generator full of gas, yeah, you can place it somewhere and just turn it on. It'll attract the zombies, believe me. Especially the old generator will it'll attract everybody in the area, especially over time. If they don't come right away, they'll come eventually. So you could set it and forget it and pull an entire horde out of the way just by sacrificing a generator that way. Like I said, I would never do that with a yellow generator because those are great for your bases, but oops, that's not what I wanted to do, damn it. Accidentally tainted my own water supply. If it isn't sufficiently obvious, I built my base on the river, partially so that I can have, well, first of all, so that there's no spawns in my base, but also because the whatchamacallit, there is free water right here, right in front of me. I wanted to wash the backpack, that's what I wanted to do. toss it into the container bin with everything else. Reason I wanted to wash the backpack is because it doesn't get washed if you chuck it into the washer. It's this one and this one, and yeah, just those two, they need to be washed. Found a saxophone, which is going to go to my conservatory over here. I've already got myself a couple of other instruments. I might move the conservatory because it's kind of hard to see it. It's kind of hard to see it because the clinic is blocking it. There was an interesting incident in my one of my previous streams. I think it was part 10. Yeah, it was part 10, where I discovered that pianos don't disappear when you get rid of them. They duplicate. So I actually have in this corner here, I have 3 pianos because I started duplicating them, and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I had to fight a war against the game itself to actually delete the pianos that were placed in the wrong spot. That was a fun time. That was a very fun time. Spork for camping. Stilly stuff goes here. Got a military first aid kit. These first aid kits never actually spawn with anything in them, so they are mostly just cosmetic. And then we got some long socks that are black. Well, none of those. A Leo blue bandana. And a 45 auto rounds loose. That would be over here. For anybody joining, my firearm storage system is basically alphabetical by caliber. So if you think about it, 223 is the first that would show up in alphabetical order, followed by 308, 38 special, 44 magnum, 45 auto, 556, 556, and then 9, and then shotgun, and then just accessories and stuff. So that is a good way to keep track of your firearms by separating them by caliber. Especially if you start collecting them big time, then you're gonna fill up your containers pretty fast. Mac and cheese. And then I have a duffel bag here that matches the aesthetic of my kitchen. So I'm gonna place that. Where am I gonna place that? Place that over here in the corner. I'm all big on the matching aesthetics here. That's what I'm all about. Oh, what did I say in the? There was actually a YouTube comment where I explained this. It was on part 3, was it? I think it was in part 3. This is relevant because it actually, I think I articulated it better here. It would be under channels and then comments, I think. See, I spent 20 minutes writing this earlier this morning, so it is worth it to find it again here. Community, right? Yeah, comments. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It was 3 months ago? Or no, it was several days ago, that's it. Yeah, here it is. My man, how do you not get bored after so much time? After finding a car, I just get really bored. Like, I don't know what to do. And then, I wrote a big old diatribe here. And let's see the, it's probably too much to paste into a YouTube comment, but yeah. Just basically, the game's only fun when I make up my own goals that go way beyond the basic needs of the character. Because if your long-term plan is to ensure the character will never go hungry, thirsty, or tired again, you can achieve that reliably within a couple weeks, especially with animals here in Build 42. The nutrition system is a good place to start exploring that mindset, because it forces you to think along the lines of, how can I keep my girl in a good weight this month? Instead of just, how can I make sure that my girl isn't going to go hungry today? Right, because, and then, of course, the completionist mindset that I was talking about before. But, to bring it back to cars, because this guy was like, after finding a car, I get bored. Well, cars, the first thing going to my mind is, will this make a good enough expedition vehicle for a map tour? Because that's my early goal. And then, of course, once I make that, You know, I just look at the cars as tools. What's its storage capacity, engine power, fuel capacity, tire type? If it's not an ideal model for any one job, can I scrap it for parts after I find something better? If not, then it's probably just a throwaway vehicle that I can use to go back and forth once I find a better vehicle that I want to harvest later on. So it's just sort of a mindset that you got to put yourself into, of you know, setting your own goals and then, you know, trying to keep track of all of them. Because at this point, I have so many goals that I lose track of them. But you know, that requires expending creative energy, and people don't always play video games to expend their creative energy. I mean, hell, I'm going to be entirely honest with you guys. I shouldn't be expending this much creativity on a video game. It's not a good idea. I'm trying to write a book. It would not be in the best interests of myself to always be expending this much creative energy. But I also can't help it. It's so much goddamn fun. I mean, one of the only reasons that I stream this game is because I have so much fun playing it by myself. I was like, well, if people actually like watching somebody play this, then sure, let's enjoy it together. I mean, yeah, I used to have the mentality of, oh, why would you watch somebody play a video game when you could just play it yourself? But you know, boomer mentality. I kind of grew out of that. I mean, I personally don't watch a lot of other streamers, but I understand completely why folks might want to now. It makes a lot more sense to me, especially thinking in terms of, you know, is this something I want to spend a lot of creative energy on? And if not, then I might want to watch somebody else expend all that energy for me. It's got a anatomical diagram for my clinic there. And I found an out of gas sign. I actually want to keep that for my own gas station here in Riverside, which I do have. Speaking of goals, one of my early game goals is to take over my own gas station, which in almost all of my recent runs has been the Riverside gas station, because it is right down the road here, and it right down the road from the river, which is, I always like to build my bases on the river. But sometimes the gas pumps will spawn empty, and this one has an empty one that didn't get like a marker put next to it. So I got my gas station here, and it's got its own generator. I power it on. If you right-click on this one, it says fuel pump is empty. Fuel pumps are two different tiles. So there's the red one and the yellow one. So if I right-click on the yellow one, there's still fuel. But on the red one, there's not. Now, I've memorized that, but let's say I hadn't memorized that. That is where the out-of-gas sign is actually useful. So I'm going to place that right there next to the red pump. And turn that back off because I don't need to run them right now. Eventually, what I do plan on doing with one of my vans, probably an Electromax van, is to just use it as a gas can storage. That's like the entire purpose of the trunk, is to just store gas in it. And I left some stuff here to be brought back with me at some point, and that is what we're doing now with this garbage bag with some compost and a bag of fertilizer, and a compost bag, and a dispenser bottle. And I was storing this water full of this water in a gas can. I don't need that anymore. I can empty that. Oh, right, yeah. No, I could see all that. But yeah, those reasons definitely made sense. But it was the whatchamacallit, the creative energy argument that really got me to open my eyes on it. Most of this I can fit. And yeah, see, I actually used the gas station as a temporary loot dump for a while, but then I moved to the north, and I actually left some stuff here. Lost track of it. I have 50 vehicles, but I don't even use one of them to drive down to the gas station because, well, if you sprint there, you can get experience in running and fitness, and that's more valuable to me than wasting gas. So if I'm just going a short distance, it's nicer to sprint sometimes. And your girl's hungry yet again. This time we're going to give her yet another omelet. And we're out of omelets. What am I going to do instead? I think I'm going to do a 2 liter of milk. I like to keep her proteins between 50 and 300. and she's currently at 200. If you drink a lot of milk at once, that's going to give you a lot of proteins. So usually I won't drink, a large quantity of milk just to put on weight. But in this case, I can afford to have the extra proteins. So you can see my proteins going from 200. They're going up real fast. From 200 all the way up to 266. That's a lot of proteins because I just drank 2 liters of milk. But, it's under 300, so I'm still getting... the reason you want to keep it in that range is because you get more experience for strength. And my strength experience is currently 51,000 out of 150,000. So I recently just went over the 1/3 of the way threshold to making it to strength level 10. I actually did start working out for a little while there, but the muscle strain mechanic from working out is just so punishing. It's stupid. I don't like it very much, so I don't engage with it very much. This is an empty 15 liter. Most likely, yes. This one of the things I articulated this in a kind of yelling into the wind at a Steam discussion at one point, and I was telling people, I was like, the biggest problem with nutrition in this game is actually not the nutrition system. The devs have done a relatively okay job at simulating human nutrition. The problem is they're trying to do a 1-to-1 simulation of human nutrition in what at the time was a 1 to 24 time ratio, because days are 1 hour long. So it's like, yes, walking across the street in this game may expend the same amount of calories as it would walking across the street in real life. However, if I walked across the street in this game, I am wasting 24 times the amount of time that I would be in real life. And because of that, the nutrition system it feels so wrong. It feels like we're burning calories so fast. And it's not really because we're actually burning calories that fast. It's just because the nutrition system is just skewed that hard. It's so skewed. I mean, honestly, the nutrition system should be entirely based on the time scale. And then based on the actions that we take. But right now, it's just based on the actions we take because, realism or something. I don't know. Talk some shit to me about realism when the time ratio is no longer compressed so that a single day passes in a couple of hours. Then you can talk to me about realism. Until then, fuck off with that. It's a video game, not a simulation. Ay, Dios míos. It's not to say that I don't like my realism, or I don't like something that's approximating realism. It's just, you can't make a solid argument based on realism when something as fundamental as time itself is not on a realistic scale. It just doesn't work. So I got some bags of fertilizer there. Fertilizer can be stacked with compost to make your crops grow faster, which is a nice thing. I like it. And there's another bag of fertilizer, right? I got 6. I'll hold on to that for if it looks like my crops are threatened by the weather or anything. Boy, talking myself dry here. Okay, we were emptying cargo here. Oh, I got more gun. That's the solution. Use a gun. And if that don't work, use more gun. Alright, what have we got here? We've got a couple of MSR 788s. Those are 308. And then almost everything else in here is shotgun. We got 1 M9 pistol. And 2 double barrels and 1 full length. We are probably going to fill up on shotguns pretty quick here. That's why I've got... There's more room for more boxes over there, because I know I'm going to fill up on guns. That's why I left a room for more boxes. So if you make a habit of always looting all of the guns in a store that you go to, then, yeah, you're going to fill up your boxes, even if you separate it by caliber, which is what I do. Garbage bag FF. What is that? Oh, this is all This is all decorations. Sweet. More flags. We're getting closer and closer to having a full stars and bars front end here. See, in my previous, in my 42.7 design, I did a sort of an alternate, or no, I did an alternating pattern on the front, and then a full pattern on the sides there. Kind of doing the opposite. Well, I'm gonna keep up with the alternating pattern this time, but I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'll do like all of them at once on either side, because it's nice to switch things up a little bit. So we got another circular and silhouette target, so I can actually make it symmetrical if I put both of those on this side. Boom. Now we just need a couple more state flags and then something else to spruce up the stars and bars. Now I got myself a blue curtain, and assuming that I can rotate this, I know exactly where to put it here. Oh, I don't need to rotate it. It's going to go... where is it going to go? So I was hoping it would be one of those things that goes on the edge tile, but it's not. Damn. Okay. Well, I could put it between the beds, but then it just doesn't work as right. And I cannot... Oh, I can rotate it. Okay, I can. Great. How about here, then? So we got two different forms of dividers for the... Now, unfortunately, I can't... There's not enough room to go in between the beds. Or is there? You know what? Maybe I will move the beds apart, then. Separate them a little bit further and have this one in the corner. It's a little hard to see in the corner, which is why I didn't put it there initially. But this gives it a little bit more room. So I'll go ahead and put the... No. I'll put the divider in the middle. And then the curtain in the front. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to find a good spot for the mobile tool cabinet. I suppose I could put that somewhere else. Always need it. Need one of these. These mobile rolling cabinets are great. They don't functionally do anything. They just look cool. I like them. They go great in a workshop or a clinic, really. So I just put the pillow back on the bed over here. Yeah, okay. And that also means the anatomy picture can go on this side. Wait a minute. What did I just pick up? There we go. Oh, it's still broken. Okay. So, fun fact about building custom bases in Build 42. The devs don't play their game. They don't play their own game enough to realize that if you put decorations on a plastered wall, they get stuck there forever. I actually thought they had fixed that, but they haven't. Because you see what happens when I try to pick up the Oregon poster here? Nothing happens. It just doesn't fucking work. Because the devs don't play their own game enough to build custom bases and then test decorating it and see what happens. No, they ain't got no time for that. They open it up in debug mode for 5 minutes to test something, and then they go back to writing the Java slop. I make it, sometimes I make it sound like I hate the devs. I don't. I just think they need QA. They need QA on staff. They shouldn't just be... the B42 process where they're, you know, the unstable build process, right? It works. It really does. But it's not a replacement for QA. They've made millions, literal millions on this game. They can afford to have QA on staff. Maybe not full-time, so contract them. They should contract them during the unstable beta phases. That's just my opinion, but whatever. Maybe they're looking at the books and thinking it's not financially feasible. I don't know. I'm just making shit up at this point. All I know is that this game would benefit greatly from a little bit more QA on staff. Yes, I do believe that, but so I mean, you can have your sprites as furniture. You just need to make it so that it actually works well with the 3D. And I have a great example of that right now. So right now, you'll notice that I have this cool little coffee sign right here. Why do I not have like the toaster or the coffee maker in front of it? Let me show you why. I'm going to pick up the toaster and I'm going to place it over here, and let me show you what happens. Wait a minute. Am I going insane? Oh, the toaster doesn't have the same problem. I'm going insane or they fixed it. If they fixed it, holy crap. I was talking some shit and I couldn't back it up. But give me a second here. There was a... There it is. Okay, pick up the toaster. Let's try the coffee maker, because I remember there was a serious problem with this. And it's indicative of other things where it's a sprite instead of a 3D object. Okay, there it is. Now, look at this. So the coffee maker is showing up behind the sign. Why is the coffee maker behind the sign? It's because they're doing sprites instead of 3D objects. Like, you could have your sprites. It would still look okay. It would look great if the coffee maker was in front of the wall sprite. You know what I mean? They're causing problems for themselves by using sprites. Problems that they would not be having if they just made everything 3D. So the answer is, you can have your sprites. I think it looks okay. It just needs to actually be functional. That's the only caveat that I can think of. But then again, like I said, the devs are not thinking about players building custom bases. They're looking at their own, the things that they've designed, the maps they've made, and in their map, they don't have any coffee machines in front of the sign. They don't have anything in front of the sign. So they never would have noticed that problem. So it's just, intentional blind spots that they're doing. But I digest. You see, another thing that I would like to say about this game that I'll never miss an opportunity to say, is that this game should be open source. Now, when I say open source, a lot of people think, well, how are you going to make money off it if people don't, if people can just go on GitHub and clone it and play it that way? No. You don't put the entire game on GitHub. You put the code base, just the code base. The assets, the 3D models and all that, people have to buy that. And then if they want to actually build the game from source, they have to, buy it first on Steam and then use the assets that are provided through Steam to build the game. So open source is not a threat to the business model or the copyright. On the flip side, the benefit is, just the other day when I was trying to fix the broken game for them, I had like a ton of where did I do it? Decompile. I decompiled a whole bunch of the Java for the game. Why did I do that? Because I had to find out exactly why the game was not letting me pick up or dismantle or even admin delete the stupid pianos. And I had to dig through all this Java source code to actually find it. And, well, to be entirely honest, I never found the exact problem. But I did find a solution, and the solution was to directly invoke one of the object deletion methods after getting the piano tile from the player's location. So it was a little bit of a convoluted mess, but I was able to come up with a solution. Now, what I could do, if the game was open source, is I could go over to GitHub and I could send them a PR and be like, hey, you got a problem with this, here's a fix for it. And, I'm sure if they did this, they would have like a process for submitting PRs and stuff like that. And, there's a whole software development process that goes into open source that makes it really easy, that would make it very viable for a small team like the Indie Stone to do a hell of a lot more with a game like this. But, of course, they're keeping it all closed source because, I don't know, I'm sure they have their reasons. All I can say about their reasons is, well, they're already hiring modders. Hiring modders and putting them on staff, they wouldn't have to do that if they just made the game open source. Modders who want to make the game better could just send in a PR with their feature. And the devs, if they liked it, they could just adopt it. They could just merge it into main. And boy howdy, the game gets developed 100 times faster. But I digest. There's pros and cons to the proprietary versus the open source software discussion, and I'm not I don't have strong feelings on it. You'll get some YouTubers who go out there and just they go full what's his name, Stallman. They go full Stallman, open source or die. And it's like, oh no, you don't want to do open source for everything. DE is 44 mag. There it is. Okay. You don't want to go open source for everything. Some things should be proprietary to protect to protect your trade secrets long enough to actually make some good money on it. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of software that would never have been made, because people want to make their money, and I understand that completely. I'm not an anti-capitalist. I understand the desire to make money, and that some code would never get written if there was not that strong desire to make money. But there also, there's certain situations where the money has either been made already, or there's not. You're going to make money anyway, right? If Project Zomboid was open source, the devs would still make exactly as much money as they already did. Nobody who plays this game is going to try to do something by building it, without buying it on Steam. Nobody's going to fucking do that. It's not going to make the game easier to pirate. It's already very easy to pirate. All it does is use Steam's libraries, which, Steam's libraries are some of the easiest shit to pirate on the planet. Sorry, Steam's API is what I meant. But yeah, there's very few cons and a lot of pros to it. That's all I can say about that. It's broke you. We're breaking the conditioning. Ah! Surprised at how many more guns I found. Oh, that was from the rural supply store in Palace Lake. When you look at a store and it says rural supply, yeah, of course they'd have guns, but for some reason that didn't click for me. For some reason, it just didn't click. 2 duffel bags, both LEO blue. That's nice. I can put that on the floor right here. That's black, actually. Black or charcoal gray. What about this one? This one's LEO blue. Yeah. What I like to do is, because the clothes that you put on these clothing racks, again with the 3D versus the sprites, the clothes you put on these racks don't actually show up as what you're putting on them. So what I like to do is put duffel bags that actually match the color of the clothes on the racks. I like to put those on the floor beneath them, right? So you got your forest camos here, your non-forest camo greens here, and then your LEO blues here, and then I guess you could say light blues here, but then your reds here, and your blacks here, and now your grays there. I'll also put when I get a white duffel bag, I'll put it there as well. So it's just one way that I like to keep track of everything. Getting very close, just 2 more garbage bags of loot, and everything else is gas and vehicle stuff. So we got some hot pink undies here, and a bubblegum, sorry, not bubblegum, chewing gum green bikini. Stuff that needs to be washed. Yep. That is very true. So you see the, whatchamacallit, the mannequins here. This mannequin right here actually displays the clothing that that you put on it, and that's that's what I have these other mannequins for. Eventually I'll put them together in clothing sets. If they did the same thing with clothing racks, that'd be pretty cool. But as far as I understand, these mannequins are actually prone to memory leaks. I haven't confirmed that. I haven't experienced it myself, but that's what I heard, and I would believe it. This is a Java game. There's a lot of memory leaks to deal with in a Java game, so I believe it. I'm sure the devs could figure that out, but that would be a lot. That would be how did Rabin put it? A grievous misallocation of valuable development resources. Pay attention, Rabin. This is how you gripe. Electrical. some first aid. Get some fun stuff. Comics. That's a nice change of pace. A pillow and sheets for household. Purple knee pads. That is a very rare thing. So knee pads spawn in different colors in this game. But it's very rare, because most of the knee pads you see are either going to be sport or workman or tactical. But look at that. Your girl's got purple knee pads now. If only she had a full purple set. That's unfortunate. But we're collecting our purples over here. It's a very slow process, but we've got our purples. You know what? I might actually make this mannequin on the side here. I'll make this one a purple. Oh yeah, no, this whole thing is originally coded in Java. Now they have added non-original libraries to it. You know, fmod for the sound, and it shows up on the splash screen every time you launch the game. I wouldn't be able to iterate them all off the top of my head, but yeah, they've written their own engine, and then they've stapled in a whole bunch of stuff that other people wrote. So it is still relatively original, but it takes a village. That's all I can say about that. Look at that; those are way too bright. Do I have a darker purple? I swear I had a darker purple. I might not have a darker purple, so I'm on the lookout, because that set of undies is way too bright for those knee pads. That doesn't mean they're not useful. It's just that's not that exact set. The knee pads are so rare that those are basically what I've got to go off of. I got a swimsuit and a baseball cap that might match. Ooh, that's close. That's close enough. I'll take it. Bothering me. Oh, it's bothering me. We're looking at 3 different shades of purple here, because these are all randomly generated colors. This is why I collect clothes, because they're all randomly generated. So I see something that might match a specific set, and I'm like, ooh, that's pretty. Oh, shit, I wanted to cancel that. Damn it. Don't wear the swimsuit. We're not going swimming right now. Girl, it's the middle of winter. Okay. Knee pads back on. And we are... away the rest of the clothes. They're already put away. So we are going to the kitchen, and we're going to drop off our dirty clothes. We got boonie, hat, military pants, tank top. This tank top and shirt are both potential matches for desert camo. Bunch of canned food for the canned food god. And small form and large form food. A water container. If I had to pick a coding language, C# would probably be what I'd jump at. And that's mostly because my skill set is all in PowerShell, and PowerShell has a tendency to communicate well with C#. And a lot of games are written in C#. I think C# is most commonly used in Unity. So if I had to pick a coding language, I'd go for C# in a heartbeat. Python, I have mixed feelings about. On one hand, pretty much all the biggest AI projects are implemented in Python of some form. So if I wanted to ever leverage some form of machine learning in a video game, I would have to grin up and suck it. I just cannot stand a programming language that uses indentation as an operator. I can't stand that. And getting an indentation error at compile time just drives me up a wall for some reason. It's irrational, because it's just a skill issue. Learn how the indentation works and you're fine. But I don't know. It makes me irrationally angry. I can't get behind it. Anytime I use Python, it is begrudgingly, if at all. I can't stand it. Like I've tried to make a couple of my own mods for The Sims 4, and it just Python. Writing a wrapper in Python was one of the most painful things I ever did. Not even for any particular reason either. It's not like it's that hard of a programming language to understand. It's just something about it rubs me the wrong way. I couldn't even explain exactly what. It's an empty canteen into the water containers. For anybody joining, we are almost done emptying our massive loot store from the Jamie-Town and Phallus Lake raids. After we're done with that, I'm gonna take a well-needed break and do a little combat, because you can't have a fun time in Project Zomboid without a little bit of combat. I feel my body aching for it. Woodcraft episode 6. That's a new one for my video collection. Got catalog, some knives, cigar. I put tobacco in first aid, not for any particular reason. Just I think of it as a treatment for stress, so it is technically a treatment for something in this game. Butterfly knives, aluminum foil, and some seeds. I think we only have one garbage bag of loot left after this, or is this the last one? 2. We have 2 left. Okay, so there's 1. Oh, and there's 2. I can fit them both. So that's it. I can close the door behind me. Let's get the bulk of this out. We got a lot of seeds we picked up. Into the seed bin. And then a bunch of fun stuff. Business cards, IDs, photos. I actually plan on making an epitaph at some point out of all this. It's going to be a very fun project if and when I ever get around to it. But, yeah, I got a lot of ID cards for it, so a lot of photos. What do I need to move out of here? This sports equipment shouldn't be in here. Let's move the basketball. I guess I'll move keys as well. So keys I don't need anymore. And padlocks. Huh. Right? Well, so the thing with helmets in this game, and that's a funny thing you should say, zombies will bite you wherever they can reach you. And that includes your head. So there's a reason I actually keep my protection meter here on screen at all times. One of the reasons that I do that is because I actually sometimes can't tell if I've gotten a hole in my clothing, like from walking around through a bush or something. That's a thing that can happen in Build 42. You walk through a bush and you get a hole torn in your clothing. But that's why I monitor my protection. But also, you'll notice in my protection, there is a very open spot there. Big, bright red open spot. That's my head. That's because there is no head protection in this game you can wear currently that provides meaningful protection without providing a commensurate discomfort problem. So there's nothing that you can wear on your head that is also comfortable, basically, is what I'm saying. That said, I've found that bicycle helmets have the fewest number of drawbacks. So I always, when I go into mass combat, like lots of zombies at once, I'll wear a bicycle helmet for that. Until then, I freeball it. I freeball it in the head, as it were. It's very, very hard to... I mean, same problem in real life. I sure as hell wouldn't want to be wearing a helmet all the time. But if there was a chance that zombies could, gnash at me with their teeth and accidentally scrape my head and get me infected, yeah, absolutely, I'd wear a goddamn helmet. I wear it all the time. I don't know if I'd ever take it off. I'd probably take it off. I'd get confident. I'd get cheeky. Just like I did with Barbara. God rest her soul. One of my characters spent 104 hours on her. She died because I got her into a very bad situation. Alas. I've made a vow never to do that again, but it's Project Zomboid. Sometimes you will bite off more than you can chew. Got a couple of bandanas here. Get the electronics out, and then the gardening. Then I think I'll be lightweight enough to sleep. Metal armor in this game, it's a little bit of a meme. You can do it. It's just you're going to be so miserable that your character is going to get to full-on depression just by wearing it for a single day. See, right now, there is nothing in the game that counters the discomfort mechanic. and discomfort builds up as you wear more and more bulky stuff that has the discomfort debuff on it. So if you just walk around all the time wearing heavy armor, your character will be absolutely miserable, and you know she'll make the sad noises. That's one thing. I believe after a certain threshold of sadness, you do less damage, and that's a critical point for me. I will never accept anything that makes my character do less damage willingly. Well, I will very rarely accept such a thing. If it's preventable, I will avoid it, and that's why you usually never catch me letting my girl get too uncomfortable. Sometimes sometimes she's got to suck it up, but most of the time, I keep her comfy. The gas can and handy knives over here. Staying up a little late. We should have gone to bed already. It's 2300. But we're almost done. I can almost taste it. Almost taste it. We're almost there. So my first aid box is full. Wow. That's painful. The reason it's full is because of the oxygen tanks. I started using the first aid box as oxygen tank storage. It's not a good idea. I guess I can move oxygen tanks into the metallics bin for now. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100% tailoring is the way to go, because not only do you not have to sacrifice your you don't have to sacrifice comfort. You don't have to sacrifice anything else either. There's basically no trade-offs once you've gotten a good set of leather padding onto your clothes. Sparklers. It's a fire sources. Cooking. Small form food. When I actually have the time to do so, sometimes I'll sort my small form food by sweet and savory. So the savory, the salty stuff goes on the right, and the left gets the sweets like the chocolate and stuff. That's just a fun thing I do when I have a little bit of time to spare. Right now I'm itching to do some fighting, so I really want to get this storage stuff done here. We're coming down the home stretch on it here. That in there, and then the lighter fluid does need to go over here with the light sources. I can actually start cutting the lights. Do I want to have another 2 liter of milk? I could afford it. There's got to be some... Yeah, okay, I can afford it. Proteins are really high. In fact, we actually just went over 300, but that's okay. This compost bag I'll toss out into the compost bin later. Empty gas can, that too needs to go down to the gas station. Okay, now I can start cutting the lights. Ciggies. Alcohol wipes. Soap into household. Scotch tickets for the junk. We have emptied all of our loot hoard. Oh my goodness. That was a long one. I've been at this for 2.5 hours, and a lot of it has been spent emptying loot. That's Project Zomboid for you folks. That is Project Zomboid. In the long term there, you're gonna get a lot of loot, and you're gonna want to organize it somehow. But it's all part of the fun for me. It's what I like to do. Midnight task. We only have an hour to spend. I'm probably just going to get rid of these garbage bags. So every time I emptied a garbage bag, I put it into my backpack. We have 28 garbage bags now. That was 28 garbage bags full of loot that I've emptied. That's That's enough emptying of loot for... You can see why I put it off last time. Last time, at the end of last stream, when I came back to base and I had all those vehicles full of stuff, you can see why I was like, okay, I'm going to sort that later. Okay, so the trailer is completely empty, and then everything that's left in the step van itself is going down to the vehicle yard, which is actually where the van itself needs to be left, because this van was something I found out in the field, and its parts are not perfect. So I actually need to upgrade its parts a little bit. So we will leave it at the, this is my outdoor garage, as it were. The trunks of all these vehicles are filled with mechanic stuff. So the all of these vehicles are basically just storage for car parts. And I'm going to put the trailer in a place where where it's out of the way but easily accessible. So I want to kind of rotate it a little bit here. That works. It's not perfect, but it works. And then I park the van right here so that I can come back and do a little bit of mechanics work on it when the mood strikes. Really, there's not anything pushing me towards that. See, this vehicle right here is my expedition vehicle. The trunk has 208 encumbrance in it, and the trailer has 130. So between the trailer and the trunk of this vehicle, we're talking about 300 encumbrance worth of loot capacity that I can bring back with me whenever I go out into the field and loot something in a different location. But it is just about 4 a.m. now. Great timing. We are sleeping again as a restless sleeper. That was our midnight screw-around activity there. I'm going to take a quick sustenance break here. What is the fastest way for a human being to consume calories without peanut butter? If you join the military and you go into basic training, go to the mess and take those little tubs of peanut butter with you. Eat them when you feel lightheaded. It is a little bit of wisdom passed on to me from my folks who went in the service. Works just as well for marathon live streaming. Alright, so does this bad boy need its trunk fixed? Yes. How did I miss that? Okay. So the trunk of this fire truck, or the fire marshal truck, the trunk is really bad quality, but I can fix that. I can fix that relatively easily. So I picked a ham radio up off it. I can put that somewhere decoratively. Oh, somewhere decoratively that actually works, I suppose. I did recently find out that the toaster can be layered in front of the seahorse sign. So I can actually put that here, and it'll look all right. And then I can put a ham radio here. Why not? I'll just move I'll move the skull. So this is the B42 added a 3D object placement thing. If anyone is not familiar, it's fantastic. What you got to do is just right click on any 3D object, go to extended placement, and you get yourself a gizmo. You get a gizmo, you can put it all over the place. You can put it anywhere you want. Actually, what I should have done is put that right where it was, and then just put it so that it's on top of the ham radio. That's what I'm gonna do. because it's well, okay, so the perfect thing would be to put a pig skull on top of it, because then it can be a ham radio. Get it? Get it? A ham radio with a pig skull. I'll be here all night, folks. I'll be. Nobody's ever going to get to watch one of my live streams without being subjected to a terrible joke once in a while. Now I got to find a pig skull at some point. That's officially on my list of things to do. So if I want to repair the trunk of that fire truck, all I got to do is grab myself a single sheet of steel and a welding torch, which I should have several of, right? They're all empty. That's okay, because I have a propane tank that I'm actively using for refills over here. So I just stand next to that propane tank, refill my welding torch, and mosey on outside with that steel sheet, and we're going to fix this bad boy up. I want to see exactly how much I can fix at once, because the trunk's condition is all the way down to 7%. So, allegedly it says the potentially repairs to 100%, but let's see what happens. So a single steel sheet. Boys, we are doing perfect trunk repairs. It's glorious. So the condition of the trunk determines how much you can actually fit in it. So we went from being able to only fit 38 encumbrance in the trunk all the way up to 143. It's just glorious. This fire truck is now going to become one of my patrol vehicles. Right now the ambulance is sort of a hybrid patrol slash field combat vehicle. But making the fire truck as a designated local patrol vehicle will free up the ambulance for a couple of other purposes. Which one of these has my... one of these vehicles has my magazines, my handgun magazines. It is not the ambulance. It is not the ambulance. The ambulance, that can go on the floor. I will take one of these paint buckets full of water and use it to wash my ambulance because there's blood on it. It's really hard to tell, but there's a little bit of blood splatter on the hood, and that bothers me. So I've got water there for that. This torch I've started using, I'll drop it here for my other welding projects. One of the reasons I'm looking for my handgun magazines now is I want to deploy to do a patrol, do a little zombie killing, because we've got respawns to deal with, and I'm itching to get some killing done. Where is my... Did I leave my magazines over here? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, in my Alice kit, I carry around a variety of tools that I always need out in the field, but also 3 magazines of 9mm. I'm going to take another 6 magazines of 9mm that are fully loaded, and I'm going to put those in my ambulance so that as I start expending 9mm out in the field, I have plenty of reloads to work with without having to stop and push them back into a magazine. So I'll just toss those straight into the trunk. Now I just need sustenance. My favorite way to sustain myself out in the field is cow milk. I portion it into fountain cups because that's an easy way to shut the hunger up. However, I need calories, lots of them. I'm gonna make myself a couple of just a couple of really low effort butter foods here. For that, I'm gonna need something to put in it. I'm gonna raid the hen house really quick. So we got some eggs, ladies. We got 1. Oh, now surely y'all got... Yeah, okay, 3 eggs. That's all I needed. Thank you, ladies. Your ovulation sustains me. So now I put the eggs into the pan, and I put the butter onto the eggs. Literally don't need more than just, you can see why I need to separate my foods. There's literally so many things in this corner cabinet that I can't fit it all on a 4K screen here. It's a bit of a problem. It's all right though. I usually don't use. I usually don't stand right in front of that to get my stuff. I separate it. So all I gotta do is toss the stir fries in there and get those cooked up. They only have a single egg, so they're not gonna be worth much hunger, but they will. This gets the butter into me. Gets the butter into me without the unhappies. So I put away those pans. I'll keep the third with me. And then after that, we will eat, or we will just sustain ourselves on cow's milk for a bit. 21 is a little much. Just want something like 10. Yeah, that works. So you degrade 60 hunger every day. A 300 milliliter cup of cow's milk is 15 hunger. So 10 cups of cow's milk is basically 2 days of hunger reduction. So I can, you know, I don't plan on being on patrol for 2 days straight, but if a situation came up and I needed to be in the field for 2 days, that's by just carrying around this amount of milk will ensure that I will be fed the whole time. So that's just a little bit of a window into my thought process on going out and killing people. Now we just got to find some people to kill. There's plenty of them. The people in this town don't stay dead very long. They have a tendency to start walking again. I got to put them back in the ground. Like this young lady here. This young lady and her sister, as it were. Alrighty. So this there's a hole in this fence because I wanted to have a way to do a patrol through this cul-de-sac from the north. And then the stupid trees started growing. Now I can't get to the cul-de-sac from the north without ramming a bunch of stupid trees. I can fix that. Thankfully, as it is currently December 4th, the stupid trees have stopped growing. So actually, yes, this is actually a good thing to do now. This will leave the, whip out my axe from my field kit here. This will leave this area traversable for several months if I kill all these stupid trees now. I just gotta be careful because the trees do block my line of sight. So if I'm not vigilant, there could be a zombie just walking right out of it because they were approaching from the other side, drawn from the sounds of me chopping wood. This is a heavy-duty wood axe, so your girl's already tired a little bit. I'm going to give her a break. Read the foraging book and fast forward a little bit. You would almost go as far as to say it's like the devs made it so that trees grow in clusters. So a single cluster is enough to just really piss you off if you want to make your own road. So your axes degrade sharpness, but if you remember to sharpen them, their condition will not degrade anywhere near as quickly. This would get you maintenance experience, but I'm already at level 10 maintenance. Your girl's got a pain debuff right now because she's doing a lot of wood chopping, and with this really heavy axe, the wood chopping builds up muscle strain. Even though her axe skill is level 4, that's not enough to prevent muscle strain from a wood axe. Unfortunately, she's gonna get strain in the membrane from that. But we are now done cutting a hole through that impromptu forest. Now we can very easily patrol from the north to the cul-de-sac. Well, try to get rid of these stupid bushes as well. There's more bushes in this game than there were back in the early 2000s. That one was named Jeb, and that one was named George. And the other one was named HW. Girl's out of water. Gonna get her some water. Water shut-off was a long time ago, but there's still lots of pressure in these fixtures. I haven't emptied them yet. Already, speaking of emptied, I already had some gas parts in my backpack. But shit. So I just heard a zombie, audibly. Ah, there was a group over here and I never noticed them. Well, here goes. This is why we go on patrol. Find these little groups hiding in the woodwork. I think there's a, yeah, to the left there, but there's also another one somewhere. I think the one who broke the window, did she spill inside or not? If she did, she came back outside. Alright, yep, just dealing with small fries. Yeah, hello, see, you see how that guy just wandered out of the tree? That is trees in Build 42. It's kind of a meme. I could maybe understand that for a low-hanging pine tree, where it's just like, you know, these things here, I can sort of understand a zombie just popping out of nowhere. But something like this stupid thing, this tree right here that I'm looking at, this thing fucking blocks your line of sight. If there was a zombie right here on one of these tiles, I couldn't fucking see it. I would not see it until it was on top of me. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But that's Build 42. The devs changed everything about how the visual system works, and they left some rather silly things because of it. I have a feeling that guy was not by himself. So I'm going to avoid the trees. I'm going to take a wide berth around them. And check the other side here. Dunno. If there's one in there, they'll hear my footsteps and come moaning on at me. If you've watched The Dark Knight, or the Dark Knight Rises, there's that scene where Blake bursts into the room and tries to save Lieutenant Gordon, and Gordon just shows up behind him and he's like, "Clear your corners, rookie." It's, I think about that quote a lot when I'm playing this game, because if you don't clear your corners, a zombie will be standing in that corner, and it will nom you. And if you think about it, because trees block your line of sight, trees are basically corners. So, you take that little kernel of wisdom and you extend it to pretty much any tree that blocks your line of sight, which is 3/4 of them. Kinda silly. But it works. Alright, we did a little killing down here already. We didn't go this far, beyond the T intersection towards the school here. We got one to the south, going over the fence now. I don't fuck with them when they're too close to the fence. That's how Barbara Butters died. It was a very tragic tale. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. Barb the Builder. Oh, look at that. We got a lot down to the south there. The veritable full-on respawn for the school. Great for long blade training. Get over here, fools. Get away from my car. Now, if I really wanted to go hard, I could turn the siren on. That's not really necessary. I know where they're all at. It's, you turn the siren on when you want to pull them out of the woodwork. But I am going to armor up because that's a large group. So, bone gauntlets, riding helmet, and bone choker. As you can see, my protection has gone up significantly to the point where I only have a slight vulnerability around the groin. But everything else is protected at least up to 40% bite, that's good enough for me. I consider that's the PGP of anti-zombie activities. If you can get to 40%, you got pretty good protection. I also particularly enjoy the fact that the choker stacks with the necklace, even though the choker is 100%. The hell's going on there? Charles there started teleporting in place. So this is where I was saying before about how the variable speeds work. You got two fast chamblers here. And they're coming from the south, so it's a little harder to gauge their distance. So I'm actually going to bring them from the side here. Easier to gauge the distance that way. Generally, I like to kill them in piles. It makes scrolling through their corpses a lot easier. But I'm not married to it. At this point, I really just care about not killing them in my streets, so I don't have to run over their corpses. Cute dress she's got. That looks almost like a match for military gear. I'm actually going to try it on. Oh, it's close, but not quite. It's a little too uniformly light. It might be a match for Olive Drab, though. I'll hold on to it. She even has a matching tank top. I think I've got plenty of dark blues at this point, though. Yeah, I don't need anything else from her. Ooh-ah. This recliner is very comfortable, but it has a tendency to very slowly recede. Very slowly. If I sit still for a couple of hours, I start sinking down into the chair. Too much yellow in that. Already looted this place very thoroughly. sometimes you get respawns inside, so a quick parse around for it. Oh yeah, sure. So we're just on patrol right now. That's all the whatchamacallit, we've started doing a little bit of killing because there's been respawns kind of piling up, and I went out on patrol after finally finishing all the loot sorting operations we were doing back at base. So we are basically just keeping Riverside clean. Honestly, the respawns in Build 42 are not too awful bad. But that's also, I'm saying that because I regularly go around on patrol and wipe them all out from my home city. If you try to set up in a city and you ignore parts of it for very long periods of time, it'll just look like zombies are coming back in huge groups. But I don't have to experience that because I keep them in small groups. Now that being said, this group right here that I messed around with the other day with a noisemaker, this is what it starts to look like when you let them bunch up. It might seem like I'm one-shotting them all the time, but it's really just a really good crit rate. If it can still take sometimes as many as 3 swings if I get unlucky. So I can't always rely on it being a one-shot. I still play it safe. Now, you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and turn the siren on here. I'm going to turn the siren on, and I'm going to do some short blunt. Now, whenever I do big hardcore fighting, I always put on my my own music mix because the game's music in Build 42 is really good. I like it, but it has a tendency to peter out way too quickly. So I fired up my own mix of the high-intensity music variations of 3 different tracks. Just mashed them all together, and I think it works really good. So here goes nothing. Magazine armor, yeah, magazine armor, absolutely. Especially since it literally disappears if it gets wet. That should get everybody from that direction in this direction. What we're gonna do is pull them into this parking lot. Wait a minute. That was not... There we go. So what I'm gonna do, leave the car running with the siren going, and I'm gonna switch to short blunt, which is my best, I got the best in slot weapon, a metal mace, and I am level 8.5. What I don't want is them getting near the ambulance when I'm not around it. So otherwise one will show up in the blind spot like that one did. Fucker. I got one from the north. He's a slow shambler. See, the slow shamblers, you can control their speed. Just run up and make them lunge at you. Fast shambler there, pulling him over. Cop with the nightstick. spread out a little bit to the south, but that's alright. I got one coming from the right. Can't tell, is she fast or slow? Come on, stop reacting and move. One coming out the window to the north. I'm gonna deal with it now. Window fucker. Oh, I did not see that guy come. Okay, we're backing up a little bit. Forgot how many shells I had, or rounds, wasn't very many. Oh, I got one to the north too. I'm in danger! While I walk through the valley of the darkness, I shall fear no evil. Damn it. Can't hit them when they're ragdolled. Execution style. To the north, there's two of them, okay. I need to zoom out a little bit more often sometimes. One to the south. Deal with her now. Fatigue holding up alright. Endurance holding up alright. Pull the slow shamblers. A couple of them at least. Backing up. Juking right. Not good. I can't fight here because I'll get surrounded. I think I'm alright. To the left. There's that one tree that's annoying me. Deal with the two fast doofuses here. One south, possibly two. Oh no, just one. Ambulance is holding them to the north. Come on, loser. Bit of a preemptive reload. fucking hit the wrong one because of the ragdoll system. That's it. We're about clear. Left, right, left, right. Always make use of the stun lock if you got more than one of them in your face. Okay. There's one left here. Oh, whoops. Am I out completely? Oh, I'm out completely. Okay. Oh, I'll knife her. Whenever I get a knockdown on an easy target, I'll always switch to a different weapon. If I have the opportunity to do so, that is. What the hell? Why is she looking down? My character is just constantly looking at the ground. That's weird. Not sure what's going on there. I'm gonna blame the ragdoll system. Okay, not bad. And yes, there is a setting in the sandbox for muscle strain. Muscle strain is... it's weird. Muscle strain is best thought of as a punishment for trying to very repetitively do something that you have low skill at. And also the other factors are strength and fitness. So because I start with high strength, high fitness, and I usually take it very, very slow when starting with a weapon that I'm not good at, I almost never run into muscle strain. There's just a select few number of times where I'll run into muscle strain, and that's when using a sledgehammer or a wood axe, because those weapons are particularly programmed to give you shit tons of muscle strain. I'm gonna see if I can't... So, you see how my character is looking at the ground? I think I'll be able to fix that if I knock down a zombie, and then aim at her, and then stop. Nope, nope. My character is just gonna look at the floor for the rest of forever, I guess. On my 6? Yeah. Oops. What? Annie, what's on the floor? Are you okay? Alright, that's great. We cleared out the front of this area nice and swimmingly. There's always a lot that like to group up in this area. I've noticed that even before they did the respawn changes. So actually I have a safe house here. It just wasn't very safe until I dealt with all those. But yeah, that is one of my custom mixes there. I enjoy it. It keeps going at epic until you manually turn it off. There's no that's when I can switch back to the game music. Now that we're done with the intense stuff. Speaking thereof, now that we're done with the intense stuff, back to go without my armor. So this save, in real life time, I started it. I actually forget. On my channel, I have a playlist. Did I do with it here? Live, Annie Mae Part 1 was July 7th. So I've been at this for right around 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks IRL time. In-game we are 4 months, 28 days, 15 hours. So we are we're chugging along. I usually stream. I stream once a day most days, but some days I haven't gotten a really good schedule yet. So this is it's kind of off and on. I do not play this save at all unless I'm streaming live. It's just one of my little hang-ups. I don't. Whenever I like start a save of a game, I can't get behind. You know, if I'm going to stream it live, I'm going to stream the whole thing or not at all. So that's my policy on that. If basically every second of this stream, every second of this save rather, has been streamed live, and it is all the parts are in a playlist. It's the third playlist down on my channel. If you ever look for something to put on in the background, that's a lot of content of an insane man talking to himself while he plays a video game. I have a couple of regulars who will watch me, depending on what time of day I stream. Usually if I stream in the evenings, Jen will come by. Same with Razio comes usually sometime in the late night. I think he's from Syria. So he's like on a almost a complete opposite time scale to me, which makes perfect sense because my sleep schedule's all over the place. Got a cup of milk here. So as you can see, there was a pile here for a while. A pile of corpses. And then I peeled the clothing off of them and the corpses disappeared. Clothing's still here, though. At some point, I'll have the next tailoring book and I can go nuts with that. But until then, I'm not going to bother with it. Oh, my character has stopped looking at the ground. Maybe it was because she got into a car. This lady had a skirt that is bright white. Thank you, ma'am. No idea which door that is. I'm not doing residential loot right now, so I'm not really interested in finding out. This stream, I'm currently at the 3-hour mark. What is today? Today's Thursday. I do have a work day tomorrow. It's a half day, so I do need to get to sleep at a reasonable hour. So I can't imagine that I'll go too much longer beyond the 6-hour mark, just as a rough estimation. So I don't. I think we're about at the halfway point now. Where maybe 6 hours will be a target. It also just depends on how I feel at the when I get to that point, because, like, you know, if I'm gonna have insomnia anyway, then I'm not just gonna stop the stream and sit around and try to sleep. No, that's not how that works. I will go until I get tired, and then I will go to sleep. That's kind of just how I play it. Or YouTube is also going to cut me off at the 12-hour mark, but I'm not doing that tonight. I started this stream at what time was it? 4 p.m. I'm not going to stream all night. My day job is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if I went to the full 12-hour mark today, I would be ending the stream just an hour before I have to go to work. That's not doing that. If it's a really light day, sometimes I'll stream while I'm at work, but that's a pretty rare occurrence. Usually I'll wait until after I'm out. Especially considering we've got some big changes on the back end. I do cybersecurity and tech support for a rather large enterprise, about 15,000 users, and we're doing a big directory migration soon. So that's allegedly the users should have no impact to the user experience. That's what the fucking eggheads say every time, and every time the phones start blowing up. So I'm playing it cautious. I'm not gonna annihilate my sleep, my wakefulness. Remove bugged items specific. Oh yeah, no problem. Glad to pay it forward. I kind of spent a long time on that. Yeah, I highly doubt I would ever do too much more than 3 or 4 hours if it wasn't for my particular proclivities. That is a rather large group, and my character is now fatigued, so I'm not going to continue fighting a very large group with stage 1 fatigue. Remember, every time you see a debuff such as hunger, thirst, or fatigue, think of it as your damage being cut in half. That's the best way to approach it, I feel. If you see that debuff, just be like, okay, well, now I'm doing half damage. I better think about getting the hell out of here. Thanks to my activities with the ambulance siren, this entire area is clear. And I have already secured this house previously with a pillow and a bed. So we've got ourselves a nice little place to sleep. With a teddy bear, too. Girl doesn't have to sleep alone tonight. Ugh. Alright. I will do a little bit of night fighting. I don't always like to fight at night, but if I'm out here in the field and I'm just doing patrol, then yeah, I'm gonna fight at night. It's fine. Worst case scenario, I, overstep. I come back here and I take a break and read a book for a bit. And the best part about doing a night patrol with an ambulance is you got extra light. So the blue light isn't usually strong enough to help you like do work or read, but it is strong enough to help you see zombies if they're in the blind spot around the vehicle. I'm just going to kind of creep forward a little bit and let the engine sound draw forward a few of them, deal with them, and then handle the rest in a chunk. Is it going to park? How about right this way so that I can kill in this front yard here? Use the headlights instead of my flashlight to conserve battery. I like to think of vehicle headlights as a rechargeable headlight, or as a rechargeable light source, rather. One of the only true rechargeable ones. All these guys are slow shamblers, so I control their movement speed. Speaking of, I want their movement speed to be so predictable. New system is very powerful. Why does it? I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it looks too ugly, but it has looked better. Switching to short blunt because there's a lot of them. Back it up. So my flashlight is an angle-headed flashlight on my webbing, so I can turn it on regardless of what's in my hands. I just gotta hit one button, and I can see. I just prefer not to use the battery. If I can get away with using my headlights, I'll do that instead. Alright. Looking alright. So if you're talking about the edges of the polygons, then there's nothing the devs are ever going to be really able to do with that. It's just it's an artifact of the tile system of the game, right? So you've got tiles that are full bright, and then you've got tiles like these that are half bright. And if you look at it at an isometric angle, it results in a weird shape of the light. And the devs have to do light on a per tile basis now because they have to calculate it to determine whether the player can has enough light to read things or to do work. So this is a bit of a precarious situation. A lot of them are hiding behind that hedgerow. So what? One of the things that you're running into here that makes it look really weird is if I look away from where the headlights are shining, my character forgets that the headlights are there. It's a really silly thing, and I don't think it should be a thing because, headlights that they don't go away just because you're not looking at them. But the game has quite a few problems with things disappearing because the character isn't looking at them. Now, zombies I can understand because they're moving entities, but... Well, that actually is not too awful. The what you described in the what you described just now, it's not too different from how it actually would be if I did not have the trait that helps me see in the dark. So I do have a trait that makes it easy to see in the dark, but if I were to go inside, it only applies outside. If I went inside, I would not be able to see pretty much anything without a flashlight. And if I were to use a flashlight, I would be able to see only what the flashlight is shining on. If this door is unlocked, I'll show you what I mean. So right now I can see just what the flashlight is showing me. But if I turn it off, I can't see shit. When I'm outside, though, I have the trait enables me to see a little bit better. Fuckers hanging around the tree there. Machete for a bit since they're getting to be one-offs here. Looks like we got another large group. Give myself the headlights. What's up, losers? That's a good question. I don't think this game is capable of vector graphics. They would have to add some more libraries. I don't think that there are currently any vector graphic implementations in the game. Don't get me wrong. I love vector graphics in general. If I can get away with using Adobe Illustrator instead of Adobe Photoshop, I'll do it every time because I love vector graphics that much. But I don't think this game has the engine for it. I'm sure there's a third-party Java library they could find for it, but that adds all sorts of questions of licensing and royalties and whatnot. They should probably use whatever GIMP uses. They do. That's correct. Honestly, it probably is doing pixels instead of vectors as well, though. See the view cone that you're referring to, the view cone, that does not doesn't actually change the tiles. Well, the view cone doesn't change the tiles. The view cone is basically just a static object. It doesn't change based on the tiles. Like, you see, even though I can't see through the house, the view cone still, like, it shows me the line in the direction of the house as if it was going straight through the walls. Like, that's just a static thing. It's not changing anything about the tiles. Light actually changes things about the tiles, and therefore they have to calculate how to propagate it and whatnot, and whether a tile should have partial lighting. Like, for example, this tile right here that has partial lighting, it should just be a triangle, but it's like going back and forth between like a reticulated line, something like that. It's not like this right here. This edge looks all right, but right here, something about the running lights is messing it up. Couldn't exactly say what. Another little group here. Pull up a little bit, give the engines some time to pull them in, and back up and establish another kill zone. Oi, you missed me. Bunch of slow shamblers. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I was doing the game, I would probably look for a I mean, I would try it. I don't know if I would actually do it, but I would test a Rust implementation, a Rust whatchamacallit, a Rust Java cross compiler, or not even a cross compiler, just run some Rust binaries from the Java virtual machine. That's what I would look into to see if it's possible, or well, not just possible, but workable. Because if you want performance, Rust is not necessarily the best. I mean, C will always beat Rust if it is written properly, but Rust is a little easier to write and still get good performance out of. From what I understand, you can get even better performance than C from a couple of languages these days, but I'm not familiar with any of them. Python is, in certain implementations, Python is about 100 times slower than C. So, I don't even remember the results of that. There was a programming language competition that Dave's Garage hosted, and it was really, really, really cool. I enjoyed it a lot, but I don't remember much of the results. I do remember, though, that Python was 100 times slower than C on average, and I laughed really heartily at that. I see some to the south I gotta be wary of. Boy. Sounds like a window to the north. Oh god, that's a lot to the north. I'm bailing. Not bailing, I'm repositioning. Repositioning a little bit because we got backfill too. People who have come out of the houses that I didn't see inside of them before. Right. I have I started writing a little bit of code for a something that I call Untitled Survival Game, but I don't have anything like substantial to show for it. It's just a bunch of ideas for systems that hopefully are implemented a little bit better than a zombie appearing out of nowhere because of a tree. Left, right. Fast shamblers will creep up on you without noticing. Makes your night fighting quite dangerous. But yeah, you don't get thousands of hours into a survival crafting game without coming up with a couple of good ideas that would be amazing if they were implemented into a game like this. If only the time and effort was possible. This is why I said that it would be amazing if just any one of these survival crafting games were open source. The closest thing I can think of is RimWorld, and it's not open source, but because it's a Unity game written almost entirely in C#, it is as close to open source as you'll see. Because C# you can decompile it very easily with dnspy and see it almost as if it was source code. The only thing you're going to miss are things, slightly important things like variable names within the methods. It even retains variable names in the constructors, but not in the methods, or the parameters. Not the constructors, the parameters. That's an open question. So actually, I have a very funny thought about that. If I ever made USG a game, it would be done. The development work would not be done by me primarily. I would be like a sort of producer slash, I would be a sysops. I wouldn't be a developer because I'm not. I don't. I haven't gotten any certifications. I don't think like a programmer does. There's a reason my day job is cybersecurity. It's because I'm better at ripping apart code and tweaking with it than I ever am at writing it from the ground up. But because I have a lot of ideas about it from the ground up, that's why I would be in that kind of a position, as opposed to somebody who actually just writes code. I do think that there are a lot of people out there who are capable of writing code, but it doesn't come to them naturally, and because they want to see their ideas come to fruition, they force themselves into it. And the product is a little bit lesser because of it. I think that happens with a lot of indie games. Like, people are passionate about bringing a game to life, but they're not coders. And so they try to force themselves to be, and the result is kind of subpar. I mean, you can see that they love what they're doing, but, you know. Sons of the Forest, well, okay, so it, as fate would have it, I've actually, do I still have it? Let me check my projects folder. I had a decompilation of Sons of the Forest somewhere in there. Would it have been in... It would have been in F over to... Wait, why the hell are my network drives not responding? And I'll check that later. But basically, I had decompiled a large chunk of the source code, and I was trying to write a mod despite it using IL2 CPP, which is a implementation of converting C# into C++ to try to eke a little bit more performance out of the game, which is not a bad thing necessarily, but if you think about it in terms of modding capabilities, you shoot yourself in the foot really hard. A lot of the people who made a lot of the best mods for the Forest didn't come back for Sons of the Forest, because IL2 CPP was literally, the one guy who described it, it was like a fuck you to them, because it makes the game so much harder to work with from a modding standpoint. But I did get a bit of a glimpse into how Sons does it, and it's all basically just coordinates. It's all 3D objects and coordinates. There's no cell system for it. Like I was saying before, if you do want to learn a language, any language, the one I would recommend, just generally speaking, is C#, just because it's used in the industry and it's used a lot in gaming. And if you learn it as a gamer who wants to like make mods, for example, that's how I got a lot of my experience from coding has come from just being like, oh, I want to make my game do this, so I learned how to make a mod to do it. My endurance is hanging up. Okay. Focus for a second here. A large group. One to the north. To just give you an idea of just how bad I am when it comes to thinking in purely object-oriented languages and math-based languages. I very often actually get my compass directions mixed up with my cardinal, or my the hell is the whatever the formal term is for left and right. Like I'll think in terms of north, south, left, and right. It doesn't make any sense. But that's just kind of how my brain works. It's just another little artifact of not really being good at writing code. I'm not thinking in very objective, decontextualized terms. See, left and right are meaningless terms without context. I suppose it does depend on the kind of person you are. Modding was a better start for me than trying to make a full game. Absolutely, for me that was 100% the case. Depending on, you know, the only way to know is really to try it. To be honest, I don't think there is any other way that you could actually figure that out other than, you know, try it. I don't even know what the best way to. I mean, there's a YouTuber called Low Level. He used to be called Low Level Learning. Now he's just Low Level. The guy who wrote him. He's got his own academic series now. If I wanted to learn how to program from the ground up, that's probably where I'd go. That's a YouTube channel called Low Level. he's really good at distilling. He does what a lot of classic masters do, in my opinion. You're not a master of something until you can explain it in really simple terms and just have somebody who knows nothing about it understand where you're coming from. That guy can do that with programming, and so I consider him a master. It is coming up on 3 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and head back to my safe house for a sleep. But that's another reason I brought up Rust is, whatchamacallit, the guy from Low Level. I don't even know his name. I just know him as Low Level. He's really good at proselytizing Rust. He almost makes a meme out of it when he does cybersecurity breakdowns sometimes, like responses to major incidents and stuff like that. I can't wait for his take on the SharePoint breach recently. Oof. My client wasn't directly affected by it, but man, we could have. And the best part is do we even know if we were affected? China had an RCE on SharePoint, on-prem SharePoint for the longest time now. And do we even know how long they've been exploiting? I don't know. I don't know if we even know how long they've been exploiting it. China has been 2 or 3 steps ahead of the United States in terms of hacking for a very long time now. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest. What could I? The skills would transfer. Well, yes, that's true. So what you could, I guess the best way you could, if you wanted to learn through modding, the best thing that you could try to do is implement something that a game does not have that is novel to the game. That being said, you're going to be forcing yourself to learn the frameworks of the game in the process. So you could benefit from that potentially if you want to learn what good processes look like and what bad processes look like. I kind of went into this when I did a review for a game called Mad Island, which it's a bit of a gooner game. It's not really important. I would never play it on stream, but it is. What I talked about in it was the fact that the devs who made the game didn't really know what they were doing, but they were trying to fill a niche that nobody else in the gaming world seems to be filling, which is a survival crafting game with native support for some really degenerate shit, to be honest. But I mean, like, the way I opened my review is the freedom to be the filthiest degenerate possible and then choosing not to makes a survival crafting experience actually pretty worth it. That's like my take on that kind of thing. But because there are so few games out there that are willing to actually have native support for really raunchy adult content, these devs who really don't have any idea what they're doing, they're just doing it, and they're selling loads of copies. Like, it's actually a relatively popular game in the adult category on Steam, and it's like it's only because they're doing something that nobody else is doing. So it's like, even if you've got an idea that is something that is not a lot of people are doing, but is something that could go somewhere, dude, just figure it out and do it. Because, I mean, there's probably a market for it in that case. And that being said, the Gooner games on Steam are not very safe right now. The MasterCard and Visas of the world have decreed that Valve has way too much freedom in that regard. Decided to crack down on it. Better YouTubers than me have gone into that, and it's a really sad story, to be honest. Although I would say that there is a side of it that most people don't realize, and that's that people are crying for regulation on financial service providers. What they're not noticing is that one of the reasons that financial service providers are doing that is because there's already regulations. The regulations are pretty straightforward. The financial service provider gets massive penalties if they ever facilitate payments for illegal content. So if there's anything that looks remotely like it could possibly be illegal, they'll threaten their clients over it, and they're doing so with the full support of the government. So there is no government solution for that problem. Financial service providers shutting down adult content is just going to keep happening forever until, well, this is not going to happen, but until financial service providers no longer have to worry about getting in trouble for facilitating payments for illegal material, If that happens, then yeah, sure, you can have your Gunu games and be completely free of it. But no, until then, the financial service providers are always going to err on the side of just shut it down. And that's sad, but that's what they got to do to protect themselves from the government. This guy has got a weapon on him. So does this one. That tells me this might be a survivor house in the area. We got a M625, we got a firefighter axe. Nice. I always unload firearms as soon as I find them. I can store the armor separately. This is a shin guard, but what's it made of? I don't even know. I'm just going to take it. Because that looks cool. And there's a whole duffel bag full of loot. I don't even know what's in it yet, but I'm going to take it. This other one had a gun on her. It's another MSR 7088, like I need another one of those things. Never get enough urban camo. Alright, that's good. Character's actually getting a little sad because we've been out here doing some very dirty stuff for a while here. Even are very uncomfortable. Yeah, that's I'm sorry, I didn't notice your message until now. That's exactly what I would recommend. Just like, if you have an idea that works really well in a survival crafting game, but there's no survival crafting game that has it, I would very much recommend trying to add it to an existing survival crafting game first, see how it plays out, and that will, that'll investigate the viability of the idea, really. Now, if it has too many, how to describe it, if it has too much low-level interaction that doesn't really work in the framework of the survival crafting game you're working on, there's no easy answer to that. I mean, you can monkey wrench it, but you'll have to come up with approximations, I guess, something that's close to what you're looking for. Do I have room? I have a lot of room in the trunk. I'm going to loot this. So you see these houses have, this house has boarded up windows. That means it's a survivor house. So I'm going to fight my way in there and steal whatever it has. That is going to backpack. Okay. Oh, okay. I know why I'm sad now. I was thinking that built up a little too quickly. I forgot to take off this stupid bone choker. So my neck is at 100% protection, but it's been making me miserable for a couple days now. That's unfortunate. Could have a bottle of beer. That would make the sadness go away. I actually don't have any garbage bags on me. I usually like to sort my loot into garbage bags, as you might have noticed from the huge quantity of garbage bags that I initially unloaded into my base earlier on stream. So what I'm going to do now is dump the loot I've picked up from the zombies so far into there. The griddle pan is separate. I'm going to keep that. Oh yeah. No, difficulty is always going to be a very interesting question. If I ever have to think about difficulty in a video game, the first thing that comes to mind is what skill is being tested by that difficulty. I think about that a lot ever since I started playing Darktide, because Darktide, I only started getting good at that game. I was bad at it for a very long time. I only started getting good when I realized all of the audio cues. Dark Tide, and basically all the Tide games made by Fat Shark, they're all sound-based, very heavily. If you have a good sense of hearing, and you can pick out sounds in a flurry of other sounds, that is a skill that the video game, that Dark Tide or any of the other Tides, it will reward you heavily for building. So if a lot of video games will just be like, oh, it's your reflexes, twitch, aim, and what like that. There's a lot more to it than that, though. Every game that has even Zomboid will reward your reflexes, but there's still more to it than that. The Zomboid has surround sound if you have it enabled. So Zomboid, just like Dark Tide, can train your sense of hearing very well and teach you to recognize very obscure audio cues. I think that's just one, but I'm going to be cautious on this. Just one in there. And I think just one in there. See, I'll show you something really interesting about this game's audio design. If you listen very carefully to the sound of the door, it's just a single smack. Okay, you hear that? That is a door that is about to break. So when a door is at low hit points, when a door is just about to break, you hear a splintering sound. So this game, if you can hear a bunch of zombies smacking a door, and then suddenly you hear the sound of that splintering, the door is about to break. So that's just that's one of many examples of recognizing the right audio cues and learning how to pick them out. Now, I'm not going to wait for this guy to break that door. I'm just going to open it myself and kill him because it's faster. But if there were 5 of them in there, then I would know that, well, the door's not going to last very long with 5 zombies, but I would be able to know right before it breaks because I would start hearing the splintering sound just before it broke. Yeah, that's true. Combat test reflexes, farming test patience. One thing that Zomboid tests that I haven't really noticed any other game except RimWorld test is planning. True long-term planning. This game, it tests your long-term planning better than any other game I've ever played. If you can plan out a character's life in this game, you can probably do it in real life. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of things that this game taught me that I never even thought of in real life. I couldn't even mention an example exactly off the top of my head because it's varied. It's all over the place. See, I've always been the kind of guy who likes to do lots of things at once, like carrying a lot of things at once and whatnot. This game has taught me to think about all the different things that I can fit in my hands at once. It's more so than just my everyday life in real life. When I was going on a ski trip with my buddy a couple of months ago, I'm a snowboarder, not a skier, but when we packed, I was coming down the stairs with my backpack full of stuff and my hands full of stuff. And the reason I was doing that is because, well, not only did it result in fewer trips up and down the stairs to my apartment, it also resulted in really efficient transfer of cargo. And that's a skill that Zomboid taught me. Because this right here, this is peak Zomboid. Carrying a backpack in each hand and on your back, that's peak Zomboid. That's how you move the most stuff at once. And that's what I started doing it in real life, and I didn't even fucking think about it. My buddy asked me, he said, why are you carrying a backpack in both hands? And I was like, well, it's the most efficient thing to do. Saves me a few trips. Yep, 100%. That is absolutely the case. So we just found a melee weapon schematic. That's nice. Basically just something you read and it teaches you how to make some stuff that you may not have already known how to make. Another jewel for my collection, a garden fork, broken baseball bat, a claw hammer. So this claw hammer has a handle that's almost broken. I'm just going to go ahead and break the handle now because that makes it easier to transport. I could turn around when I get back to base and put a new handle on it if I needed to. I've got enough hammers. I'm just going to melt it down for steel. So whenever you're looting a survivor house, always check every single container because there's usually stuff in containers that wouldn't even make sense normally to have it in, like the laundry. There's more stuff in there than there normally is. And even the fridge, there's some non-perishables in there that have not, in fact, gone bad yet. Yeah, I know. If Zomboid let you spider backpacks, that would be pretty amazing. That would be pretty... I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I would spider my backpacks. That was a... I don't even know if that's a terminology anybody uses outside of the Boy Scouts, but that's what I did back in the day. When we were on Northern Tier, and we had to do canoe portages. One of our guys would carry the canoe, but that would leave an extra backpack for the rest of us. So most of the time we would just spider the extra backpack, which means you're wearing it on the front in addition to our normal backpack on the back. Our tour guide, or not a tour guide, but the adventurer they sent with us was so seasoned that he could carry the canoe and his backpack at the same time. None of us could do that. That was a bit of a tall order. An eye patch and a brown leather jacket. Hell yeah. Baseball hat. What color is that? Oh, I'm out of flashlight battery. I might have left it running too long on accident. Poncho. Athletic cup. An athletic cup is, it'll provide 100% growing protection, but it will reduce your movement speed, and it will make your character miserable. So, I take it because I want to have it, not because I want to wear it. I'll take a quick search one. I really need a new battery in this damn flashlight of mine. Good thing I have a battery. Just put it in there now, and look at that. Ooh, look at all that. That's a lot of schematics. Unfortunately, I already know all of them. Okay, so Minecraft, if you give it the right mods, sure, you could make it a very hard game, but the game by itself, the default, no. It's not harder, it's just a little bit... I mean, you got a lot of options. That's about it. You've got a lot of options in Minecraft. I've never really sat down and played Minecraft. The graphic style turns me off way too hard. I can't get behind it. It's an ongoing problem that my buddy and I have long gone back and forth about, because this game, not the best graphics ever. But at least it's not a bunch of blocks. I just, for some reason, I don't know what it is about the blocks. I can't handle it. If I wanted to play with Legos, I'd just do it in real life. Maybe that's the problem. Oy. One of my buddies just posted a meme. So relatable. Relatable memes. Put my weapons and ammo in this bag here. A little bit of separation. Yeah, absolutely. And mods are, mods can turn anything into just about anything with enough effort. For a little while there, Space Engineers was actually a very damn good combat game. I never would have expected that, but they made it happen. The Weapon Corps folks, they did a really good job of that. There was a tournament that somebody did for Space Engineers. I don't remember all the specifics of it, but it looks really fun. It's kind of a shame the Weapon Corps developers kind of fell apart there. I don't usually patrol that particular area, so I'm going to go ahead and head back to base. It's also a little harder to fight in the rain. It's not that I can't do it, but whenever there's something that messes with my auditory, my hearing, the rain is one of those things. So I usually will not fight in the rain unless it's really small fries like this. A couple that I missed on my initial pass. Oh yeah, that could do it. Especially in the with the whatchamacallit, the ragdoll system. They made it so much easier to tip over now. I'm pretty sure you could still tip over back in earlier builds, but it can happen a lot easier now. Top myself off here really quick. Yeah, Sunday Driver is very, very punishing now in terms of towing. I don't use either the Speed Demon or Sunday Driver, but what's going on with these crops? Are they all right? No, all my hops died. I don't know why my hops died. Hey, Indy Stone, your fucking game sucks. I mean, actually, you know what? I recently composted them. Did they die because of the compost? I don't know. All I know is I planted it in the correct season, and now they're all fucking dead. I hate it when that happens, but it's... What am I gonna do? What can I fucking do about it? They died as they lived. Pointlessly. It's a bunch of food items here. Small form food, some alcohols for the alcohol bin, some cans for the can bin. I think that's all the food in that bag. What about this one? Got some soda. That looks like a nicer beer bottle. Ooh, import. So these walls that you're looking at here are, they're just plastered. So what you do is you build up to level 3 wooden walls, and then you can mix a bucket of plaster with a bucket full of water and a bag of plaster powder. That's what these are on the floor here, these bags of plaster powder. You can find them in warehouses and stuff. But basically, once you build a wall, mix up a bucket with one of these and get a plastering trowel, and it turns the wooden walls into bright white walls. Now, these white walls outside, this is what they look like by default. And then once you've got them, you can turn around and use paint that you find to paint them various colors. So this is the red paint right here. And I like to do black normally, but I didn't find a lot of black paint this run. Found a lot of orange paint, though, so I don't know if you noticed, I like orange. It's one of my favorite colors, so I did a lot of orange in the walls this time around. And then almost everything else you're looking at, except for the floors. I mean, even the floors. The floors are the metal and the wood floors I built. Everything else I stole. This carpeting, I stole it. These tiles, I stole them. This purple carpeting, which is, I was saying before, is a very rare thing. I stole it. I stole it from Grandpa's house here. The Grandpa's house has a bunch of violet carpeting. So there's also, this is brand new that they added to the game, dye is a thing now. Industrial dye. Oh yeah, the new liquid system, it's alright. Actually, that reminds me of something that I wanted to do that I've been putting off for a while, but it's not a bad time to do it. Let me cut my engine really quick and park over here. This is something I did on Barb the Builder too, because it was a lot of fun. Let me get myself all cleaned up here. Okay, so in this container over here, is it this one or is it this one? It's one of these containers. I think it was... Oh yeah, absolutely. The generators seem to work all right as long as you keep everything in the right range. What we have here are 27 bottles of hair dye. It's a lot of hair dye. And it comes in a lot of different colors. So what I've been meaning to do is just put out all of the ones that I have in different colors here. Just grouping the colors together is all I'm doing for the moment. So you can see the bottles actually change color ever so slightly with the liquid that's inside them. It's really subtle. Got a couple of blacks here. Those are pitch black. And then we have got some blondes. Start with the dirty blondes here. That's almost a brown. There's a brown without any tint of red. Now these are like reddish blonde, almost like a dark strawberry blonde. And then we've got the lighter blondes here. But then we've got the exotic colors. So here are the pinks. Various shades of pink too. And then we've got the blues. And then we've got, this is like a literal neon yellow. And then we've got 3 different greens. So they have added hair dye in a lot of different colors since the last time I played this, played through a large run of B42. So what we can do with this is we can mix them. using the liquid mixing system. I'm going to get a 1 liter bottle here from my water containers. What do I have here? You need something that holds at least 500 milliliters in order for it to do hair coloration. So I've got a couple of 1 liters here. And what I'm going to do first... These are really different shades, all of them. What I really want is like a nice orange color. But I don't seem to have very much red here. So we got our pinks over here. Can I make the pink into a red by mixing it with... Maybe if I mix it with some black and then bring it back up with something else. I'm gonna start there. So we've got our transfer liquid menu. We just right click on it on a liquid container, and I'm gonna click on one of these empty bottles, and I'm just gonna start with 200 milliliters of, or maybe just 100 milliliters of black hair dye. Then I'm gonna transfer 100 milliliters of pink into that same bottle. And I want to see what that's going to end up looking like. Okay, so that is like a brown red. I'm going to add 100 more milliliters of pink. So now we're at 200 milliliters of dark pink and 100 milliliters of black. Okay, we've got like a maroon now, like almost a wine red. Like a halfway point between a red wine and a maroon. I'm going to add a little bit more pink. Because basically what we're doing is we started with like a dark shade, and now we're just slowly bringing the red content back up. Just wish there was a way to extract the blue. Interesting. Because it is starting to, it's starting to lean towards pink now, as opposed to red. So I'm going to go ahead and put this pink back. And I'm going to put the black back. I definitely don't need any more black at the moment. And I'm going to try one of these, I'm going to try, okay, what should I try next? I'm going to try a little bit of blonde, because what I want to do is increase the, it mixes additively, which is very weird. It's not how dye works in real life. But in this game, it mixes additively. So you can do some really wacky stuff with it. So I'm going to try 100 milliliters of blonde, and I want to see what this does. Okay, we can't get to red, but we might be able to get to orange, which is really what I want after all. Interesting. So what are we at? We're at 200 milliliters of blonde now, and like 300 of pink and 100, or 400 pink, 100 black. That is coming up to be like a strawberry sort of orange. Now, one thing I can do to get a better look at the color is take the plastic bottle that I'm mixing it in and put it on the ground. Now you see that looks brown when I put it on the ground like that. Interesting. Very interesting. So now what I want to do is I do want to test this a little bit more, but I don't want to mess it up too much from where I'm at, because I think I've got an okay base. So I'm actually going to split it in half. I'm just going to put 300 milliliters of what I already have in this bottle into another bottle. And then I'm going to take that other bottle, and I'm going to try to... I'm going to see what happens if I add more blonde to it. To tell them apart, I got to right-click on it. Okay, we're getting closer. Just doing 100 milliliters at a time here. Now that is starting to look like it's getting closer to orange. So we want to put down the one that has half a liter. We're getting there. It's like a brownish color now, which is a little sad because, you know, we already have a lot of brown here. Brown is a common hair dye color, to be sure. Okay. And now I'm going to try just a little bit more pink. I feel like an alchemist right now. It's kind of funny. And I want to do one of the light pinks now. Right? Yeah. Because I don't want it to get any darker. That's a very vivid pink. It's a lot more vivid than the bottle shows. I think we're getting there. You see, the game right now, my character, Annie Mae, she has the most orange that the natural hair colors can be. But we can get more orange than that. It's possible. We can do it. Where's her hat? Take her hat off. See, that is what I want to change. It's like it's not a natural ginger look, and that bothers me. I want a natural ginger look. So let's see if we can bring this up just a little bit higher. Now that, unfortunately, you see, if I compare the hair to the bottle, it looks like I've successfully recreated my own hair color. But that's the thing. I want it to be a little bit more saturated and a little bit closer to orange. Arg. Okay. I'll go ahead and try this. Try a little bit more in here, but then we're gonna hit the. It's gonna reach its 1 liter limit. It does look like it's getting a little bit redder and more saturated, which is good. Okay. We're getting there. I'm going to need to split this up one more time. This is why I brought multiple bottles. So I just transfer the liquids into another empty plastic bottle here. And we'll do 500. Split it in half. All right, and now this one we'll add a little bit more pink to, and we're going to monitor its color as we do it. So it is starting to it's starting to lean closer to the red. So that's my cue to get another to get a little bit more blonde in there. I think we're almost there. Comparing my hair color to that, we are almost there. I've just been progressively getting lighter and lighter. But that also means that if I don't get the correct color, I've got fallback points now. Bob is having a really nice time here. Now I used up all the remaining blonde there. So I'm going to grab one more here. I regret adding any black to it whatsoever because this is now just a race to increase the lightness. That's all this is. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try this. This, I think, is gonna get me a brighter orange hair color. But let's stand directly under the light and we'll do a comparison here. Oh yeah, okay. It's brighter. It's not quite perfect, but it's brighter and I like it and I'm happy. You can barely see my character's hair when she's wearing the beret, but that's fine. We're just a little bit closer to perfection now. It only took a little while of mixing liquids, but that is a demonstration of the liquid mixing system in this game and some of the wacky shenanigans you can get up to with it. Making a custom soda with your perfect mix of alcohol is another thing, but there isn't quite as much visual feedback to that. This is the hair dye is a very visual feedback to it. This is why I'm really looking forward to eventually getting into industrial dyes, because I think that will get you your clothing colors. I've never even looked at dye here in terms of, can I just right click on it and use it on my clothing? I don't think so. Yeah, see, it shows us that we've got dye in it, and it's a bright, bright green. I don't think you can mix it. I don't think the game is going to let me mix this bright green dye with hair dye. I'm going to try, though. I mean, this is brand new to me. I've never done this before. Just going to take a glass and pour a little bit of the dye in that. So this is industrial dye. I think it's supposed to be meant for clothes. I have no idea. I've got a glass with some dye in it now. It's a shame it doesn't actually show you what color it is if you put it on the floor. This glass is really small. I'm actually going to put some of that back. So I got 100 milliliters, and then I just want to see, is the game going to let me mix this hair dye with the other dye? Hair dye and industrial dye. Cannot mix these liquids. Okay, so the game does not let you mix certain liquids. Why? I don't know. There was a time, and it was very brief, where I tried to use milk to mix it with hair dye. It sounds so stupid, but when I realized that hair dye is additive coloration, I was like, okay, well, milk is a white liquid. Can I use that to lighten the dye? And no, the game wouldn't let you do it. But I also have no idea how to use this dye to dye my clothes, assuming that that's what you're supposed to be able to do with it. That's why I've just been kind of leaving it here. I mean, if I do a search for the crafting menu... Holy shit, never mind. Okay. I lied. There was a crafting menu recipe for it this whole time. Greenophobic. Don't give him any ideas. So if you want to dye your clothes, apparently you need 10 liters of water. Fascinating. So we got several colors of dye here. We got a really vivid red there. We do have something that's close to black. And then we do have some blue, I think. Yeah, we got a navy blue and then like a really vivid blue. I'm going to try this black. Yeah, I'm going to try that first because, you know, black is one of my favorite clothing colors. Now, what will the game actually let me dye with it? So I open the crafting menu, I do a search for dye, and then I check possible ingredients. Frustratingly limited. Frustratingly limited. So my favorite pants in this game are leather pants. Unfortunately, leather pants cannot be dyed. Damn. %. Yeah, I'm not impressed by the options of clothing we can dye right now. I mean, so basically the options of clothing that we can dye are clothing that already shows up in random coloration. So I suppose if I wanted to go on a search for a perfect set of for a perfect green set, that's something I could do eventually. I don't think I'm going to do it right now because I don't have anything that I really want to... I don't have anything that I want to dye green at the moment. I would, if I could. I would, Oh, you know what? That is a very interesting thing. I don't think colored rags will show up as colors. Let's double check that though. We have some colored rags right here already. This one is like a dark brown. So if I try to put it on the ground, you can see it's a dark brown rag, or like, you know, maybe like a charcoal with a hint of reddish brown in it. I'm pretty sure if I tried to sew this to something, it would just show up as white. But I want to verify that, because that was the way it was last time I looked at it. Maybe the devs fixed that, so we're about to find out. I will sew it to my military jacket, because if it looks ugly, I'll just take it back off. So we'll put it on the right forearm. And as you can see, there is now an extremely ugly white patch on my forearm. The devs went through all the trouble of giving us colored rags, and now we can do fuck all with them. I'm kind of salty about it, all things considered. I mean, I really hate the appearance of these things. I would literally rather be vulnerable by 2% than sully my beautiful military jacket with that. Our girl has gone a little bit insane here with clothing here. We're gonna need to get her some food because she is hungry. All right, so I am thoroughly disappointed with clothes dyeing so far, just because the options of what we can actually dye are so sadly limited. However, we had some great success with the hair dye, so I'm gonna go ahead and put away the hair dye because that's otherwise going to take up a lot of space here. What I'll eventually do is when I level glass making, I'm going to have jars, and I'll put the hair dye in jars. And jars are actually a really cool way to view colored liquid, because the jars make it very clear what the color is, unlike the rest of the containers. There it is. This is where the hair dye goes. And I'll put the industrial dye back for now. It is nice to know, though, that I do have options to dye things that more so than I did before. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, so leather can be dyed. It's just you are competing with whatever the base color of the leather is when you try to dye it. Because, you know, there's no such thing as an animal with, well, I guess there are some animals with black skin, but to get black leather, I'm pretty sure is also a dyeing process. But I think when it comes to dyeing leather, you just can't do other colors very well. You can kind of darken it or lighten it, and that's about it. At least that's my general understanding. Lids are metalworking. I think just level 4 metalworking, which I've found is it's pretty easy to get to level 4. Jar lids, and then so you need a jar lid, and then vinegar. And like I was saying before, vinegar is the wear part, or the shall I say, the limited resource, the thing that you have to go out of your way to try to find. And once you've used up what you found, you got to go find more. You can't make it. The game has added several crops that don't yet have a function. So I want to say that eventually we're going to have a crop that we can turn into vinegar. I don't even know how vinegar is made in real life, but I'm sure there's an agricultural aspect to it. Then there's just a chemical aspect to it after that. The rice vinegar, but there's no way to grow rice in this game. That seems like a glaring omission to me. I know rice vinegar is a thing in real life and in the game. So here's some stuff to smelt. Then we got some knives for the weapons bin. Maybe I can finally empty the van, because once I got back here, I started putting it off again. I've been known to do that. Yeah, that's true. You can make some really interesting salads, but they all look the same. Chocolate candy. A jar of peanut butter. My girl has a jar of peanut butter. You know what? Since I'm trying to put on weight in the game, I'm going to empathize with my character really hard right now. Jif, lovely stuff. I love it. Only I could put away a jar of peanut butter as quickly as she does. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit of a weirdo. Peanut butter is, it's actually a great way for me to live stream without having to walk away and eat a proper meal. Because if you eat about a third of a jar of peanut butter, it's the same as eating half a pizza in terms of just raw calories. It's weird, it's wacky, but it works. It's also not very healthy, though, so don't do it too much. Broken baseball bat. Let's put that up top, I guess. I can, when I get to carving level 10, I can carve my own baseball bats. So we picked up some performance brakes here. We could put those on the animal trailer at some point. I don't usually have a use for like really good parts for standard vehicles, because I usually do standard vehicles, but the trailers count as standard vehicles. Simon's Fitness E1. Yeah, it goes in the Duke bin. Got our collection of CDs here. Nice. Grows by 1. Tarp into the medium form materials. We got a crowbar for the tools / weapons. Yep, 100%. That's this. Anybody who calls Project Zomboid a life sim, you're not inaccurate. There's just not a lot of life in it. I mean, like, you got the life of one character, and that's about it. But that's why I'm saying it's like once we've got NPCs, that's when this game is it'll change a lot, because I'm pretty sure that the game will introduce you to NPCs in a very dynamic way, kind of the same way that there are dynamic introductions to zombie groups. Like you'll see a zombie group with a bunch of cops and robbers in it, for example. That's they call it a story in the game files. It's just the cops and robbers story. They'll probably do the same thing with NPCs. You'll run into a group of people who are maybe they're fighting each other, maybe they're fighting off zombies, and or maybe they just need help. Maybe they just need food and water or something, and you'll have to choose whether to do anything with it. When they add multiplayer for Build 42, probably, it's something I'll consider. You know, when you're when you put yourself out there on YouTube and you do anything multiplayer related, you're gonna have to be prepared for the people who decide to come through and just screw with you, like that guy who was in chat earlier. All he did was say "Hugh, Hugh, Hugh" all the time. I don't fucking know why people do that, but there are people on the internet who, when they see something they can interact with, they just choose to fuck with it in a way that doesn't even make sense. It's not even funny, but that's, you know, that's what happens when you do the internet. So it is something I've considered. Whenever I do 7 days, sometimes my friends will join me, and we'll do a group play. On my channel near the bottom, there's a couple of old videos of me and my friends playing 7 Days to Die. They've actually been pestering me to set up a server again, so I might actually, that's something I might do in the future. Not too distant future, actually. I might pull up 7 Days again with the group. But I don't think I would ever open it up to a public setting, because it's just, 7 Days is one of those games where it's like, you know, somebody can come through and just destroy your shit while you're offline, and it's just, I'd rather not. Can't be on 24/7. Yeah, you know, when you're a troll, you're doing it to bait a specific reaction. There's people out there who do things without even trying to bait a specific reaction. They just want to go in there and fuck around. Griefer is probably more accurate, yeah. See, there used to be a subtle art to trolling where you're, you know, they call it the Xbox 360 because you turn 360 degrees and walk away. See, that is a troll, because it's trying to bait the reaction of somebody being like, well, but you're not turning 360 degrees, you're only turning 180 degrees. You know, that's called trolling right there. There's a subtle difference to it, and I'll die on that hill. It's an art form. Trolling is an art form. Not one that I've mastered, but one that I appreciate. But just going into chat and saying "hoo hoo hoo" 5 times and then leaving, there's no fucking art to that. You're just coming in and fucking around to see if you can see what happens. You're shitting into the wind, basically. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Can't be bought, bullied, or reasoned with. Some men just want to watch the world burn. I am thinking we need to have a couple more food items, because I fed her that peanut butter not just for the memes, but because we actually could use... Ooh, huh, I shouldn't have eaten that whole jar of peanut butter. My character's got a lot of proteins right now. Went over 300. That's alright, we'll survive. At least we're not into orbit with the proteins. that sounds like some Team Fortress Pyro stuff right there. I would appreciate that very tremendously if that was a thing the Pyro could do. Just set themselves on fire and use the immunity to afterburn to spread fire to everybody else around you. Just an AoE fire attack. But I would only approve of that if they got rid of the Phlogistinator. Because, yeah, Flog Pyros can go fly a kite. I need eggs, and I need to thaw them. That's what I'm thinking of. Opening a carton of eggs, and there's already 42 eggs here that I should have started using instead. So, let's just grab half of those, maybe. Yeah. So turn on the oven to defrost the eggs so I can actually cook with them. Mouse jumping around here. It shouldn't be happening. Ah, okay. Oh, I accidentally cooked some of the eggs when I was trying to defrost them. Nice. So you're saying the game rewarded people for screwing around with each other. That's, That's a skill issue with game design if you ever saw one. I mean, unless you're trying to make a game that incentivizes people to screw with each other. If you're not, then, well, oof, skill issue right there. Seems like all I'm eating is egg stir fries. Yep, 100%. That's what I'm all about at the moment. So all we got to do is stick a stick of butter on that, and there goes our weight into orbit. Nerf it. Hit it with the Nerf bat. When you wouldn't hit it with a 10-foot pole, hit it with the Nerf bat. There is 6 chonky omelets right there. Yeah, that would be neat. It looks even better from this angle. It makes me want to restyle her hair. You can, if you get all the right tools, you can restyle your character's hair any way you want. You just gotta have a straight razor, a comb, some hair gel, and then I think a couple of other things. Did I move those to the other box? I genuinely can't remember what I did with them. I've successfully lost track of one of my containers, just one. It's whichever one that I moved all of my appearance-related things to, except for the hair dye. When I say appearance, I mean like makeup and hairspray and hair gel, and you know what? I probably moved it to the salon, because I do have, yeah, okay, here it is. So, hairspray, hair gel, give me a comb, a mirror, and a straight razor. And scissors. Okay. It's just a little bit of everything. When you have that, you can change your character's hair to just about whatever you want. Of course, it is a right-click menu of obscene size. What are we going to do? Let's do long center parting. Because right now it's just a lob. Or that's what it allegedly is. I'm going to do long center parting. Ah, she's pretty. I like it. I would have preferred something a little bit bushier. A little bit more volume to it. God, if she could do waves. Like this, but wavy. Yeah, that would be, I would start getting distracted with how beautiful it would be. So I'm gonna have to put the hat back on. But we've done good things with the hair there. Very good things. Of course, Molotovs are just one of many ways to screw with players. Now you've got a variety of new explosives to mess with. I've only just thrown my first explosive earlier in the stream, and it was interesting to say the least. The instant detonation was a nice touch. So that makes me wonder where I would put my salon exactly. I would probably put it somewhere down here. See, I was going to do the bedroom in this corner. I haven't sold myself on that. There's a reason I just kind of have a bed just chilling here. It's because I have not fully decided about the cosmetic parts of the base design just yet. And I may defer the decision just a little bit longer. I may defer it just a little bit longer because I haven't quite decided how I want to do the layout yet. That being said, I do think I'm ready to put together another one of my outfits here. We could do a desert camo. I'm going to put that together. Don't I have a jacket? Military jacket and desert camo? Surely I found at least one. Oh, yeah. Somehow they ended up here. Okay. That explains it. I don't know how this happened. So basically, I like to separate the browns and the yellows, and I usually put the desert camo in the yellows. So let's give her a t-shirt, a shirt, and pants, and a jacket. Now there are holes in the jacket, but I can fix that eventually. So put those back. And one of the things I wanted to find out is, does this skirt actually match desert camo? Now I can find out without messing up my own gear set. Nah, that's way too dark. That is way too dark. That skirt goes back in the browns. What other skirts do I have in here? This is a long skirt, but it looks like it's going to be too bright. Ooh, that's almost a match. Almost. Not quite, though. Now I'm starting to see the reason for dye. I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to see it. I won't mess with it just yet, but I'm starting to see it. What about this hoodie? Yeah, it's a little bit light. It is a little bit light. Let's take the military jacket off because it's broken. Yeah. Let's see if it's a match for the pants. So actually what I did was, when I first started playing, the first thing I did was visit the entire map. My field site in Muldraw is a place that I'll be going to and spending a lot of time there at some point. I have already gotten pretty much what I want out of, this is Irvington, one of the new towns. I've already gone there and gotten pretty much what I want. Ekron, another one of the new towns, I have hit the, I've hit the school and gotten its main library. School. It's a community college. I've hit the community college and gotten its library. There are a couple of secondary targets that I might want to do. This is a fire station right here. I may want to acquire the whatchamacallit. There's a lot of fire department equipment there. There is also a shopping center up here. There is a hunting rifle store right there, and here is a sports bar. There's a sports bar there. Those are potential targets that I would hit in Ekron. Now, I've already got a safe house there too. Oh, also the church. I need to mark the church. The church here in Ekron is a place that has purple carpeting uh, that matches the carpeting I'm standing on right now. You're not going to find a lot of that elsewhere in the game. So I do have a lot of reasons to go to places. It's just that usually I wait until there's like a confluence of them all at once. This is Brandenburg. The military checkpoint here is where I got the vast majority of my current military gear, such as the backpacks and whatnot. All this unexplored territory is just residential crap, nothing special there. CV, that's Corvette. I don't actually have a Corvette yet, so if I wanted to get Corvette 700 horsepower engine, most powerful engine in the game, I could get that. I would have to take a throwaway vehicle to Brandenburg to get that. So that's like a one-off, really. The Brandenburg Fire Department, I think, is here, or that's the town hall. One of the two. I can't remember which is which. So, you know, if I wanted more fire department gear, I could do that. I do believe there is a tailoring shop in Brandenburg. If there was, it would be over here near the mall. There is a lovely a lovely map, or a lovely website called B42maps.com. It basically just shows you the map as of 42.8. So we scroll down to here to Brandenburg. I do believe you've got a tailoring shop. It's a clothing store. That's not what I'm looking for. There was a tailoring shop. It's just a question of where. The big one I was looking at was the school. So the fire department is actually over there. Okay. But the sewing store. This right here is a sewing store. I've never been in there. This is a super mall. Super mall is it's got a Gigamart. It's got a Spiffos. It's got a lot of other stuff. It's got a gardening store, tool store, clothing store, auto supply, auto repair, and then there's a second floor to it. That is a rather large expedition, and I've already been at this for almost 5 hours. I've only got another hour or so of life in me. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm prepared for such a large expedition like that, because remember, Zomboid is all about long-term planning. You got to bring all the necessary things with you. Military surplus southwest. Are you talking about Brandon or Jametown? This one right here. Or wait a minute, that is Jametown is. Yeah, this is Jametown. The military surplus store here in Jametown I have recently hit. In fact, when I first started this stream, that was one of the things I was unloading, was my loot run from there. There is a military surplus store in Brandenburg as well. It's a smaller one at the mall, I think. Is it? Or I'm confusing that with the Irvington Mall. Yeah. Is that one of those sushi restaurants? I think it is. Neat. The only other military surplus that I know of is Irvington. Over here in Irvington, there is a mall, and then there is, well, the B42 map calls it a gun store, but this is a military surplus store. Well regulated militia. Is there a military surplus store that's not in Irvington and not in Jametown? I don't know of any. I am not sure. Yeah, that hoodie of hers is just a little too bright. That's all right. We're close. We're just not quite there yet. Get the military boots. And Yeah. Honestly, I really don't have too big of a set of desert camo. Never do. There's only so many things that match it. Highway outside of Riverside west and then south. So, do you mean west all the way down here to the big highway and then south? Because I mean, you know, if you go south on this, you'll get to Jamiestown. This is Jamiestown right here. Is this the one you're talking about? Because Jamiestown Army Surplus, that's the one that I've hit. The hunger has a tendency to creep up on you. Let's get her another stir fry. I should probably check my generator. It's been a few days. %on both. Easy time for a repair. Yeah, 4 different electrical parts. Yeah, there we go. The whatchamacallit, we hit the other stuff in Jamiestown as well. This is where we set up our temporary base. This was 2 streams ago, I think. I had some plans for the second floor, but that's a long time coming. ML. I can't remember what I mean by ML. OJ was an orange van. I remember that much. That's West Point that I made the markers there. This is... Did I? So there was an ambulance in Muldraw. I think this is the ambulance that I'm using right now. This is March Ridge. March Ridge doesn't actually have... March Ridge is a very dense residential area. Like, really dense. Like, all these houses just right next to each other. I mean, if you want a lot of residential loot, that's a great place for it. There's a commercial center here. The Cold War bunker is there, but it's honestly, I think it's just a decoration. Like, you're not going to find a lot of good stuff there. This is Rosewood. The school in Rosewood has been looted and trashed already. That was rather depressing, to be honest. See that the whole place had been, you know, the school. Schools usually have great resources. Did I drive off road there? I think I drove off road there. It's like, yes, kind of, yeah. I mean, you know, this is a part of Louisville that I opened up on the map by reading a map of the area. We do still have a safe house in Brandenburg, but it's way out of the way. It was a safe house designated just for the assaulting the military checkpoint here. Brandenburg might be something I do next stream. I only have a... I leave work 2 hours early tomorrow, so I probably will start streaming around 11 a.m. Eastern. That's probably when I'll get started, and I'll probably set up an expedition either to Ekron or Muldra. Both of those have been high up on my list for a while. Muldra has a couple of things that I've wanted to hit for a while. Particularly the, I want to hit the police station in Muldra. The Muldra PD has been vastly improved in Build 42, and they have a, there's actually a lot of cop zombies there, and there are, like, detective zombies you'll run into. Those are the ones I really want to hit because they have ankle holsters. That's another slot that I don't have. In the past, I haven't had too much trouble finding those, but this game, for some reason, my character has had no luck whatsoever finding any ankle holsters or even a double holster. Double holsters, I guess, you know, not as common as one might think. Now, the question of what vehicle to bring if I went on an expedition like that would be an open question because part of me always wants to bring the ambulance because it's the most powerful vehicle I have. It's not the biggest vehicle I have, though. Wouldn't make the best of storage in the trunk. And speaking thereof, I still have to empty it. That's why it didn't park around front, so let's get the crap out of there. Got ourselves a garbage bag of loot. Let's get the jewelry out. Found ourselves some guns and ammo. Over here to the guns and ammo section, we got some 223 and some 38 special and some 9mm. And then we got ourselves an M36, that's 38 special. An M625, that's 45 auto. And then we got ourselves a whole bunch of weapon and armor schematics. Those go with the skill magazines up here. We have ourselves a very broad collection of skill magazines. Honestly, we've filled up the entire box now. I'm going to have to start doing something with the duplicates. I have 11 copies of Kentucky Farmer, May 1993. That is a very common magazine. 5 copies of How to Use Generators. A lot of folks who are new to this game have trouble finding the Generator magazine. Hell, I had trouble finding it several times in the past. Indefinitely, really. So, I mean, like, generally speaking, whenever I play Project Zomboid B42, I have, good God, how many runs have I had? If I go to my footage folder here, and I go to Project Zomboid. See, I have not live streamed all of my Zomboid footage, not by a long shot. 42.02, the first build of Zomboid. I played that for however long 672 gigabytes of footage is. It's the Windows doesn't automatically count it for you. But I have basically what I do is I start a new character each time a major build comes out. Right, so they've been working on 42.10 for a very long time now, so it actually is likely that they will come up with a new build of Build 42. I want to say it'll happen near the beginning of next month, because if we look back at when they released the builds, 42.10 was released on June 30th. 42.9 was released on June 10th. So there was 20 days between those. On the flip side, 42.8 was released on May 20th. So that's like another, it's basically another 20 days. We've been getting them in somewhat regular intervals. That being said, sometimes they'll go a little longer or go a little shorter. But that's usually how long I do a specific character. I have a full playlist of my previous characters on my channel somewhere. Near the bottom, I think. Completed play. Yeah, it'll say completed in brackets. I was going to empty the photograph into here. Found these shin guards, but I never even saw what they looked like. Let's get an appearance on these. Okay. That's a little wacky looking. It almost matches, which is wacky. But it's also kind of funny because these have a lot of drawbacks. Despite having 100% protection, it comes with a commensurate movement speed debuff. Yeah, a really, really large run speed modifier. And I just don't see them being useful at all compared to knee pads. I mean, knee pads are just amazing. They cover both your they cover both your shin and your thigh, unlike the shin guards, which cover just your shin. But they are green, so I can put them in here, which is nice. More distribution of colored armor here. An ID card to go in here, and then some magazines. Some metalworking and a tarp. Right here. With metalworking stuff, I put iron on the bottom, steel in the middle, and then various masonry stuff on the top. Yeah, we are full up here. I think I'm going to move some of the weaponry parts to another bin. And the gardening stuff, I'm going to move all that. All that to with the other farming stuff here. Right? Huh. For now. I might want to sort this through later. Because it looks a little ugly now, because the gardening stuff is in the same category as the seeds. So it's breaking up the alphabetical sorting of them. The water tiles are just mostly just for when I need water and I don't want to go outside. That's the long and short of it, really. You see, as the base expands outside, we've got more and more obstructions to just being able to go outside and get water. So it is nice to have just water inside the base on an infinite capacity. I also I'll use it to wash my character's clothes when she gets really really messy, and I don't have the action economy to do a what am I thinking of? Laundry run. See, I do have a washer and a dryer, and it's got plenty of water in it. It's just it takes a little bit of thinking to deal with that, and it's a lot easier to just click on the wash all clothing button and fast forward. Got some colored stuff here. That actually looks like a purple that I wanted to test against the knee pads here. The knee pads are a little dark for this, though. Yeah, see, it comes out almost like a lilac color versus the knee pads, which are like a super dark plum. Ugh. I'm going to be struggling for a long time to see if I can find something that actually matches those knee pads. And this looks a little bit closer to a reddish maroon color, so I'll put that the reds. Got ourselves a medical corset. It is almost, yeah. I mean, it's December 6th right now, so we're getting closer and closer to Christmas. Speaking of closer and closer, I think I'm almost to a full load of laundry here. 10 encumbrance, and we're about to increase that substantially to 15. So we're getting closer. Ooh, a lot of canned food to deal with. Let's dump it in here. A little bit of chips. The savory foods. And we've got a beer bottle. Could have just tossed that, but now that I have it, I'll put it in the water containers. Okay, now we're done with the kitchen. And almost everything else with the exception of those guns. Oh, that's right. I needed to get the ammo out of this gun. I always unload and rack the weapons that I pick up. Yeah, this game definitely has M16s. It'll annihilate your 556 ammo supplies if you go nuts with it, but it's definitely an option. I do enjoy the fact that most of the military weapons have a select fire now. Shotgun, there we go. So this game is frighteningly accurate at modeling the weather patterns of the east coast of the United States. As a resident of that general region, we get a lot of snow around here that just immediately turns into slush and then rain. So don't let this pretty snow fool you. Tomorrow it will turn into rain and it will all get washed away. That's just what happens around here. Yeah. Another belt for that, for scrapping when I get action economy for that. So there's another empty container full of loot that we've sorted. Now we've got yeah, see, look at that. It didn't even last a single day. The temperature outside must have, yeah, 32.1 degrees Fahrenheit, and it switched from snow to rain. Yeah, I would hate it more if it wasn't realistic. It's unfortunately very, very realistic for this frickin' region. It is sadly realistic. Every time we get all excited around here about having a day off of school for a snow day or whatever, it doesn't last. It never lasts. It always turns into slush. Yeah, I don't know why I turned that light off. I'm not going back outside right now. It is pouring rain. Okay. Let's see here. I'll get my girl some food here. These engine parts I've been carrying around for a while. They need to go down to the garage. As do these parts right here that I dropped. Before I forget about them, I'll pick them up. And then empty magazines over here. So I've got to step away briefly here. I won't be gone long, probably 2 or 3 minutes. So I'm going to have my girl sit down and have a book read. And I shall be back in approximately 3 minutes or so. We'll be reading about foraging in the meantime. There's my... There we are. Back in 3 minutes, folks. I will catch you then. Alrighty. Looks like our girl got hungry again. I can't blame her. I understand her plight. I, too, am very hungry. I'll probably keep at this for just about another 15 minutes or so. Maybe because I got to eat some food and then wind down for tonight. But I have got a couple of other things I wanted to do. Particularly, I need to investigate another flooring option for this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to check. I'm going to check some local basements. I'm going to check some local basements for flooring options. Because I have a couple of different colors in mind of flooring. And if I can't find what I'm looking for, I'll probably steal some tiles to make the salon. So because we're going to be stealing furniture, I'm going to take the large van, the step van. Drop off the vehicle parts. Well, so coffee and tea bags, what they basically do is they reduce your fatigue. That's the long and short of it. Fatigue builds up over time, and when you get tired, you get tired. The only thing you can do is either sleep, or basically you can just think of coffee and tea bags as a replacement for sleep, the way this game does it. It's not really how they work in real life. Believe me, I know. I'm a coffee addict, or a caffeine addict. I take 200 milligrams caffeine exactly every morning, but the effect is not a sleep replacement in the slightest, but that's how this game treats it. So we've got 2 basements here, and we got a bunch of zombies. Let's deal with the zombies first, because I don't like zombies. So I know I've already raided this particular basement of its loot, but I'm here for furniture, not loot. So the floor here is, what is that? That's a carpet? Small yellow tiles. That's an inaccurate name. This is like a, I don't know, what is that? An ugly, static, yellowy gray? Like an ever so slightly mustardish yellow gray. It's not pretty. I don't like it that much, but do I even want to use it for anything? Not really. I'm just going to steal the... No. Well, okay, so with Restless Sleeper, what happens is you start very slowly losing fatigue once you fall below the 30 marker. When I go to sleep tonight, I'll point it out. Just remind me. Basically what happens is you start really slowly losing fatigue below 30. That enables you to, as long as you're on a good quality bed, you can still get as low as 20 when you wake up. Sometimes below 20, but usually 20 is my target. Now, of course, getting below 20 is pretty difficult to do reliably, and getting below 10, you're never going to do that, almost never. So yes, if you really wanted to get below 10, you could wake up and drink coffee. There's no point, in my opinion. Like, just by the time you actually get tired, I mean, what I would much rather do, I guess the better way to phrase it, what I'd much rather do is, if I need to stay awake, then I'll just bring the coffee with me. And then when the tiredness hits me, I'll drink it then. Because otherwise, it's really hard in the morning to predict, oh yes, I'm going to need to be up all day today. Because there's very few things you can do in this game that will take all day and not be something that you can just say, okay, I'll finish tomorrow, right? You can find a stopping point for what you're doing, go sleep, and then continue doing it. Like, that's always the mentality I've taken. Like, I don't go anywhere I don't go to another town without having a place to sleep. Like, that's like just ingrained in me at this point. If I go to another town, I have a bed with a high quality pillow waiting for me wherever, whatever town I'm in, doesn't matter. So we got ourselves a couple of speakers we stole there. And a flag. I didn't bother with the pool table because I can stop by the bar for one of those. Now, the other basement that's up here is actually going to be the basement of the house I started in. This is the house I started in, the one with the flamingo here. I like to think of it as my character's Airbnb of some sort. Not that they had Airbnb in 1993, but similar concept, a throwaway lease or something like that. Not a place that I grew up in or anything. But it had a very nice music basement. I've already stolen all the music stuff and put it in my... also had this brown carpet. Been thinking about using this brown carpet for a for the workout area, maybe. I don't even know if that's what I'll do it for, but what I'll do is I will pick up some of this brown carpet and see if there's anywhere in base that it works for. It's something like that. So when I get to 60 fatigue and I get the first Moodle, I assess the situation and see what I can do, right? If all I'm doing is combat, like you might have seen it if you were around earlier when I was doing patrol. If all I'm doing is combat, then yeah. As soon as I see the Moodle pop up, then yeah, I'm just gonna go sleep, get rid of the tiredness, and then just fight in the middle of the night. But if there's other things on my agenda, like sorting loot, which is a rather big thing, then coming back to base with a whole bunch of loot and sorting it before I go to sleep, that's always something that I could do. And in fact, is something that I tend to do a lot. Speaking thereof, I'm going to put this carpet into a garbage bag because I like garbage bags. They are all uniform in size, and you can find them anywhere. I can store 24 tiles of brown carpet in that. Drop it there for a moment. So that means I have 24 plus 1, that's 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. That's good enough for me. 30 tiles of brown carpet. 32, actually. I somehow messed up my count. Whatever. So we got ourselves quite a bit of brown carpet to work with. And another thing about fatigue is it's not the end of the world, especially once you're at high level, right? If I'm fighting just a very small number of zombies, I'm level 8 short blunt and I have the best short blunt weapons in the game. I have best in slot on short blunt. I'm not worried about fighting very small groups of zombies while I'm fatigued. I mean, I'm combat effective through stage 2. I'm going to be hitting zombies a lot of times to kill them at stage 2 fatigue, so I usually, when I get to stage 1, I'm in the process of wrapping things up. I'm just not sprinting away in fear, it's not like I can't kill anything in front of me. It's just going to be a little bit more dangerous. It's going to take a little longer to get the kill shot. But, yeah. It's just all of factors of consideration, really. But generally speaking, when the 1800 hour comes along, that's usually when I'm tired. Now, right now, it's 2000 hours, and I'm still not tired. It's going to happen any second now because I'm at 57 fatigue. So it's probably, I didn't build up as much fatigue because all I was doing was sitting around and reading for a while. So that's probably a factor. Now, another thing is when the fatigue mood will actually kicks in, I have a place to sleep right here. When I first took the school, I secured this house right here. So I could sleep there if I wanted to. Yes, maces are the best short blunt. Stone maces and metal maces do the same amount of damage, but stone maces have a shorter lifespan. So once you get to metal maces from level 8 metalworking, you've got best in slot for a short blunt. And here's some mouth breathing. There's probably one in here. It sounds like it's to the right, so I want to say it's either bathroom or bedroom. Or outside, actually. I can't tell. See, thanks to the trees. Yeah, okay. I did not see her before, probably because of the trees. Come here. Gotta love the trees. Ain't nobody here but us trees. Pop the door so it's unlocked. Handy knife. Nice. So I actually just came in here for the basement, but since I haven't even looted this house yet, so might as well grab a few things. It is right in front of me after all. Huh. A fully intact barbell. Back at base, I've got a barbell that is about to break. I don't know if it would break from doing workouts, but if it could, it would. Sounds like parkour zombies. That would be terrifying. Ah, yes. The basement with nothing but 3 boxes in it. Ugh. Well, not exactly impressive, but not the worst. I was down for a garden fork. That'll help you learn spears. So that was that basement. This house doesn't have one. I can't remember which ones across the street had one, if any. I'm gonna check that. Even though, so I just got tired. Stage 1 fatigue. There's no big groups back here. I know that much about my local spawn tables to know that these backyards are not going to be hot spots. So I'm really just going to be worried about one-offs coming through the trees. So those 2 houses don't have basements. Zombies that can use weapons. I haven't seen it, but I heard that 28 Days Later had the latest movie in that series, 28 Years Later, started toying with the concept of zombies developing some rudimentary intelligence, evolving, as it were. That it brings you closer and closer to one of the, in my opinion, one of the pinnacle forces of science fiction horror, which is the Reavers from Firefly. If you've ever seen it, great series, highly recommended. Very niche, but I always felt like the Reavers in that series were a very good representation of some of the worst humanoid horror you'll ever come across. Vaguely humanoid horror, as it were. Right. So it's just it's a rage virus, not a zombie virus. Gotcha. Never could understand, I don't recall ever looking deeply into the lore. So I'm gonna use... Oh, hello, hello! See? Remember what I said about one-offs coming through the fucking trees? God damn it. Okay. That was, See, it wasn't my fatigue that could have been the enemy there. It could have just been a good old-fashioned fucker coming through the trees that I can't see from a distance because trees... Fuck you. Come over here. I'm not fighting you on the ground. Yeah, that's, Oh yeah, so there is a blob of them around the corner. That's what's going on here. Oh, there's a sizable blob back here. I may have been slightly incorrect. I thought that this area did not have much of a spawn in it, but whatever. It's only a few zombies. That's, you know... This would be a very sad way to go, right here. That's all I can say. Is because, you know, thus far, in Build 42, I have had, thinking about the characters I've lost in combat. Barbara Butters is the only one that I've lost in combat on stream. That was a very, it was a bleak situation because I put myself in it. I was surrounded by zombies. And the thing that happened was that one of them jumped over the fence and did the whole little ground rush thing. You know, where they crawl along the ground at a really fast speed. When they did that, they knocked her and she didn't even fall all the way over. She just lost her footing and backed up a little bit. A zombie grabbed her from the front, and she pushed it back automatically. But while the zombie was grabbing her, there were two other zombies approaching from this side, and there was a fence behind me. I was done. You see, you can, if you have a good weapon in your hands, you have a high chance of pushing a zombie back if they grab you from the front. But if another zombie grabs you while you're already being grabbed, it's game over. World War Z zombies. Are we talking book World War Z or Brad Pitt's movie World War Z? Because those are two very, very different World War Zs. They're actually, I think they both have a little bit of merit to them. The book I like much better. The movie is... how do I say it? I like parts of it. I like parts of it a lot. Other parts, it's Hollywood, baby. It's Zegler put it best. It's Hollywood, baby. Oh, fuck you too, I guess. I'm not gonna break one of these windows if I have to. Well, fuck you then. I guess I'll break it. Damn it. Imagine locking your windows in 1993. Well, look at that. There's a bed with a pillow in it right here, and it's my bedtime. Okay, so as you can see, when I sleep, my fatigue is decreasing at a nice linear rate. But it is... Okay, so it never got below 30, so you couldn't see directly that, you know, below 30, it slows down the decay significantly. You'll see that when we go to sleep our second time, though. Yeah. 100%. That sounds accurate. Nothing good to read here, unfortunately. Ah, there's another basement on the other side here. You know, I should probably check to make sure I didn't leave the engine running. I have a very, very bad habit of thinking that I'm just going to get out of my vehicle for a very short period of time and getting distracted, and I did not leave the engine running. Good. Okay. It's not like I'm at a shortage of gas or anything, but, you know, I take a very conservationist mindset here. Looks like we got a couple in the backyard there. Deal with them before we go anywhere near that basement. Now, one of the times that my character has been assaulted, as in like a zombie has actually grabbed me and done some sort of damage, either to my character or to my armor, that happened. One of the few times that happened to me was coming out of a basement. Not going into a basement, coming out of it. So it was a situation not unlike this one, where I had, just went down to a basement, did my stuff down there looting, and then when I came back out, there was an asshole standing right in front of the door, right here. They didn't go down after me. They were just standing there waiting for me. And I was not expecting that. They grabbed me, and I took a bite on my hand, but it did not come up as bitten. They just gnawed off my bone gauntlets. I was wearing a bone gauntlet at the time. So the bone gauntlets actually saved me that time. 80% bite protection on the hands. Lovely, lovely things. Requires level 3 carving, level 3 tailoring. When you get there, it is very much worth it. In fact, I should be wearing them right now, but I'm not, because I'm a little bit... well, I'm in my hometown. If I was out in the field looting basements, I wouldn't be a second thought. Alright, no basements on those houses. Now, unfortunately, we're coming into territory I have not patrolled. So... Yeah, 100%. Those situations where multiple zombies reach you at once, those are the ones that you gotta... It takes like a little bit of finesse to train yourself to avoid them. They are avoidable, but of course, if you're playing Build 41, which I think if that's what you're playing at the time, Build 41 is a lot harder to do that than Build 42. Build 42 gives you, I would say, it gives the player a lot more control over their placement against the zombies. The player has a lot more room to maneuver, as it were, because the zombies are moving, all of them at different speeds, so you can exploit the fact that some of them are slower and just, selectively bait them in or wait for them to get to you. And just, in the process, you're making them split each other apart so that you can handle them in much more manageable groups. Aha, here we go. I think this is another basement. Yeah, there is some weird things that your character can do. Like if I'm running and I try to change directions quickly while running, like that, you see how when you try to change directions while running, your character does a little bit of a stagger. It's not an instant thing. That is something, if it happens to you in the middle of combat and you're not ready for it, that's something that can actually take you off guard and possibly even get you killed, because you're not moving the way you kind of expect to move. Sometimes the wind howls in this game, and it does actually sound like a zombie, but it's not. Screwdriver back in my Alice kit. There we go. Huh. Once again, a workshop basement. As if I don't already have enough workshop loot. I've looted Electromax. There's very little in here that I would not already have. I'll take a welding torch for sure. Even though there's not much in it. Nails, always. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I even hear one upstairs. If I was not a short blunt enthusiast, I would definitely live and die by that. But since I'm in a situation where even if a hammer is in my hand, that's all I need to protect myself. I hear you making noise in there. I'll come in there and deal with you. Let's say she's in the kitchen area. Ah, there you are. Dining room, not kitchen. See, I was expecting, like, kind of right here, but she was around the corner. That's why I didn't see her from the outside. Blue carpeting. That was one of the things I wanted to grab. I just got to get this wallpaper out of my hands. So I did not find any fun stuff in the basement, but I did find some carpeting that I want. I have some garbage bags. I don't think I do. I got some in the glove, don't I? No. I never replenished the glove compartment. Oh, that was a doofus move. Well, your garbage bag enthusiast has no garbage bags. I have a feeling that there's a but coming. But then I fast forwarded while I was dismantling something. Yep. That is absolutely something that can happen. One of the mitigations for that, and it's not a perfect one, but it is a mitigation, is to what I was saying before about the training your auditory senses so that you can hear it even when it's coming at you in fast motion. I never unlocked that door. It is a good policy. I absolutely do recommend adhering to it. One of those things where I'm like, it's a calculated risk that I'll sometimes take that I'm probably better off not taking, but I still, I still catch myself taking it once in a while. So the game calls this a dark gray carpet. It looks blue to me. It really does. Maybe I'm going insane, but this looks like a blue carpet. You know what? I'm gonna objectively prove this. I'm gonna pull up Photoshop. And I'm gonna take a screenshot of this carpeting with the snipping tool. I'm gonna open up a new file based on the clipboard. I'm gonna pull up the swatch tool and look at this. Look at this. It is more blue than anything else. It is very gray, but it is a very bluish gray. 74 blue, 63 green, 55 red. So I'm not going insane. It is more blue than anything else, but it is, yeah, it does qualify as gray. And I can't argue with the game too hard. It qualifies as gray as long as all the RGB colors are in relative equal proportion and it's below a certain threshold. Yeah. Alright, what have we got? 16. I can get a little more. Oh, it's 4 a.m. So I should sleep. I need a pillow, though. This bed does not have a pillow. But there's a pillow in the closet. Now there's a pillow on the bed. So, if we observe our fatigue-o-meter here, we'll see that we are at 41 fatigue right now. I go to sleep. And it's decreasing quickly. And now below 30, it cuts like in half, almost a third. And now I'm at 20 fatigue when I wake up. So the lowest I've ever gotten is like 16 or 17. So if you time yourself right and go to sleep as early as you can in good on a good quality bed with a pillow, you'll wake up with sometimes around 20 fatigue. But then it will you're not going to get much better than that ever. It's, getting below 20 is a roll of the dice, and even if you get there, it's not going to be that far below 20. You know, if I was really jonesing for a bedroom, I would pick up this, there's a nice mahogany furniture set right here. Excuse me. I do like mahogany, I just usually prefer matching stuff. I don't have a lot of stuff that is mahogany right now back at base. Calculated risk taking is kind of hard to advise on, really, because, like, you know, whenever it comes to, so everything you do in Zomboid is a risk, really. It's a risk reward calculation. Going down that basement was a risk that there would be a zombie waiting for me when I came back up. I assessed the fact that I'm alright with my reaction time and my auditory reflexes, that I can probably catch myself if a zombie appears at the top of the stairs when I go up there. Not a guarantee, but, you know, what's the Latin term? Tempus fugit? Or no, whatever the one is that the Tempus noctus? Know yourself. Know what you're capable of and what your reaction times are. And when you do that, you know, ranges are another big thing, you know your ranges. Know when to swing and when to push. Sometimes if a zombie is too close to you, you want to push instead of swing. That's like some of the things that's like, you know, sounds good in theory, but it's kind of hard to, like, demonstrate, you know? Like, by the time if I were to be in a situation like that, by the time I explained it, it would have already passed. So it's a little hard to... Huh. Oh, that's right, I stole this I stole this guy's freezer. I've been in this basement before. Okay. Funny story behind that one. My first objective, secure a place to dump my loot, so usually just a residential location, then secure a car, and then tour the map. Every single build 42 since 42.4, I think it was, every single one of them, my first objective has been to tour the map. And there's a calculated reason for that. Reason being, houses will, and not just houses, any building you come across has an increased likelihood of being already looted when you arrive there as time goes on. And I think it reaches its peak at around the 2-month mark. So if you survive for the first 2 months of the game, but you never leave your hometown, then every place you look at in the future when you explore other towns, 50-50 chance of every building you see already being looted and trashed. And when I say looted and trashed, what I mean is all the loot sources are empty, there's trash on the floor, all the windows and doors are busted out, and it's just a bad time all around. You don't get anything out of it. And unfortunately, the devs have doubled down on that mechanic. They even, when players complained about it, they put disappearing loot in quotation marks, as if to imply we're going insane when we describe the mechanic as literally the devs reaching into the game and deleting our loot. That's all it really fucking is. I mean, it's the long and short of it. I mean, they want to give us an in-world explanation of, oh, there's other NPCs out there. They're looting. You're not alone. There's other people out there in the world. See, didn't you hear that guy scream just a few minutes ago? Fuck you, dude. There's no NPCs in this game. Stop trying to pretend that there are. It's really weak. I don't like it. I really don't. The meta events, I find them all very cringe. And the whatchamacallit, the houses being looted and trashed, I find that very cringe too. It's just all really silly. I think I started building my base in August. Yeah, it was definitely past July. And what it was just a gradual progression of me moving from the farm, where I found all of my animals, just kind of slowly moving towards the gas station, and then to the side of the river, where I broke ground for the base. That like, building a base is sort of like a gradual process, if it makes sense. A migration, more than just a one-off moving. Okay. Gotta be awake for this. Got a very large group. Let's ammo check really quick. Why am I still carrying around this wallpaper? you can tell I'm getting a little bit tired. This will probably be the last large group I deal with for this run. We're coming up on the 6-hour mark. That was when I was leaning towards calling it. We'll see how this plays out. Alright. Ammo check. Did I already do that? 0 rounds. Good thing I did an ammo check. Alright. So right there I did a whole bunch of hits, and then I did a push because I couldn't guarantee. Back it up. Whenever there's more than 3 at once. Whenever there's more than 3 at once, reposition. Damn it. That was not good. I tried to hit the one on the ground and the auto target didn't work. Sometimes in the current build, your character is supposed to target people on the ground and then they don't. So you gotta do a manual ground attack. You hold Alt and you swing and you'll do a manual ground attack. Still doesn't always work. Oh, I'm out. We also have interference from the north, and I thought this wouldn't be a problem. War with a mace, really? Okay. So I'm not just making silly decisions. I'm also having really bad luck. There we go. Okay, so manual ground targeting of ragdolled targets appears to work. North. I didn't see that. So once again, auditory reflexes. See, why isn't that working? It's not working. I don't know why that didn't work. I'm not going insane, right? You guys saw that. I swung at a ground target 3 times, and nothing. I'm getting sick of these trees, man. These trees are protecting the zombies from me. Okay. Get a shot count again. 9. Be a little more diligent about this. 8. 7. 6. Come on out of that tree. Oh yeah, NPCs are coming, eventually. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switch into melee. Right. Left. Oh, we got a crawler. Shit. Manual ground attack. Why manual? Because I didn't trust the targeting. Not in the slightest. Okay. Yeah, no, that is 100%. Now, your likelihoods are different. If you get hit from behind, it doesn't really matter. If you get hit from behind, you're probably screwed. But if you get attacked from the front, what really matters is what weapon you have in your hand. That's one of the reasons I will, if I'm in an area that might possibly have a zombie in it, you'll always see me with my mace will be in my hand, or I'll have another weapon out. In close quarters, if I go inside of a house, I always switch to my mace, just because it's my best weapon. and I'm most likely to be attacked from the front while exploring in close quarters if I'm in unfamiliar territory. So it's just like, you know, something you can do to kind of bolster your RNG chances, which, correctly, as you described, they are RNG, but your chances are bolstered if you are facing the target and you have a weapon in your hand that you're really good with. So that's one of the reasons I, you know, short blunt +3 in that as a construction worker. I always grind short blunt to a very high skill level and then fall back to that to maximize keep my chances maximized wherever I can. Alright, I'm going dark on the firearm for the moment. Ooh, good timing. Switch to the mace, or the, whatchamacallit, machete. Now in my field kit, I always carry around a backup short blunt of the best variety that I'm currently using. So I got another mace right over there in my van. But in the meantime, I've got a, actually, this is a great time to talk about my backup weapons. I have many backup weapons. Right now, this is just my machete, which is not actually what I'm good at, because it's a long blade. If I had broken my mace and I still had a lot of zombies coming at me, I got my fucking hammer right here. I would sooner use the hammer in a combat against large quantity of zombies. The other backup weapons I have are my wrench, and in an absolute pinch, I got my screwdriver. I almost never resort to using that because it technically qualifies as a short blade. But if I was out of everything else, then yeah, I would use it in a heartbeat. Oh yeah, that's true. There is all kinds of randomness at play here, and sometimes the cards just fall the wrong way. You know what? I can't remember. I'm going to pull up in the background. I'm going to pull up Premiere. And I want to see if I still have that project open of... What I was going to do at some point was make a video breakdown describing all the mistakes I made that led to the death of Barb the Builder. She was one of the... she's still the only Build 42 character that I've gone really long-term on. 104 hours of gameplay behind her. I lost her in Muldraugh because of a series of bad strategic decisions, followed by a tactical mistake that I want to say that is not entirely my fault, but I have to accept responsibility for being in the bad situation in the first place. Wipe this guy out really quick. That's something I could do to close things out, because we are coming up on the days in this game are longer than they used to be. 90 minutes as opposed to 60 minutes. It's a subtle change, but it is, it's notable. You notice it. You notice it, for sure. Ooh, that's close. Oh, that's so close. It's ever so slightly too... There's a little bit too much yellow in it. Damn. Yeah. Whenever I get to talking about combat in this game, I always want to talk about what went down with Barb the Builder. So I'm going to back up a little bit here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and end my run on this save really quick. But what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to pull up a new project here. And I am going to pull up my footage from 42.8.1. It was, what was it, 004? Yeah, 004 was Barb the Builder. 42.8.1, 004. And it's going to take a second to load that folder. I'm going to secure my sleep position here in the meantime. Where did it go? I don't have any S's marked down here. Why don't I have any S's marked? That is what I'd like to call a skill issue right there. Here we go. Yeah, I need to mark an S right here. because this is a place to sleep because it has a pillow and the windows are intact. Whenever I sleep in a place, all I really care about is having intact windows and a bed with a pillow. Because the windows are intact, which means if a zombie hits it, them hitting the window and breaking it will wake me up before I get nommed on. But yeah, one of the things... Am I out of food? I think I'm out of food. That is unfortunate. But as fate would have it, look at this. We got some canned food right here. That is a lovely meal right there. We even got some dog food. Okay. So we are at... Let me make sure I'm not going insane here. This is my footage for Barb the Builder, right? Checking the details. Yes. 104 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds. I would do that if I was going nuts with it. So Barb the Builder was before I had a face cam. Or was it? No. That was it was early on. Yes, okay, this is it. I'll go ahead and pause my actual game. So what we're doing now is we're looking at Barb the Builder. We're looking at her final moments. This one first. Now watch the guys behind me. See the guys behind me? They're going over the fence. I'm dealing with that one. What do? I move up. I think I move up over here. Yeah, okay, so. I caught that one. I did not catch this one. Okay, so. We don't need Premiere for this. I can just do it frame by frame. So. Well, this is why I like to use Premiere, because I can go back and forth. What am I at? 7:52:31? I'm getting my heart rate accelerated just by looking at this footage of something that happened months ago. This is June 8th, 2024. Here we go. Okay. And what was the timestamp again? That was 7:52:31. Okay. 7:52:30. Okay. Here we go. Don't minimize it. There we go. So what we're doing, yeah. Jesus, my heart rate is up to like 120 beats per minute just watching this. It's so hard to look at, but it is such an important lesson about combat in this game. So the first thing that I did wrong, before anything that happens with, missing something or discharging the firearm at the wrong moment or all that, before any of that, the first thing that I did wrong is staying in this situation right here. There are zombies coming at me from every angle. From the north, from the left, or from north, left. Yes, the cardinal directions, north, south, left, and right. There's zombies coming at me from every direction. And I'm still standing there fighting. That was my biggest mistake. So let's start to watch my... So, this one right here, he went over the fence. Let's zoom in a little bit. That one went over the fence, and he started to lunge me, and I nailed him. This is this gray shirt asshole right here. Yes, I should have just left. I should have just left. You are 100% correct. I should have fucking left. But I didn't. So, here's gray shirt guy. Now, the purple shirt to the south, I've stunned him. So, you see this? Wait a minute, that's not a stun, that's a kill. Is it? No, it's a stun. So he's stunned for the next second. I can turn around from him, deal with this guy rushing me, and nail him right in the head, and I get some distance from the guy from the south and from the left here. And in the process of getting distance, I'm going for this guy, who I've identified as the next imminent threat, Now, here's the critical thing about build 42 in the current state. The devs are fucking with ground attacks. Because of the ragdoll system, the devs are fucking with ground attacks in weird ways. So this happens. I do a ground attack, and it completely fucking misses him. Nothing happens. You see this? Slam, and he just keeps rushing at me, and he taps my ankles, and look at that! You see the guy behind? Look behind me. Look behind me. See this tree? Well, he just, ding, he appears out of nowhere. So I didn't even get knocked down by the ankle biter there. I did not even get knocked down. But he staggered me backwards. And he staggered me backwards while I was being lunged at from 3 different angles. So, Mr. Fucker who appears out of the tree is the first to grab me. I push him back. But, as you can see, while you're pushing somebody back, as you can see, you can't push more than one of them back at the same time. So, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. This is too hard for me. Barb the Builder met her end because I put her in this situation where I should have just turned 360 degrees and walked away. That's what I should have done. But alas, I did not. And that cost me 104 hours. You know what? We couldn't see my face cam because of before. I just pause it. I pause it. I turn off the cringe music.
Game over, folks.
Game over. Oh, well, it's been fun. It's been fun. I'll see y'all for the next one. that was it. That was Barb the Builder right there. Yeah, I know, right? That was hard to watch, but that's what I need. That's what I need to drill relentlessly into my head whenever I'm fighting in this game. I got to drill that into my head that I need to just, if there's a lot of zombies around me, I need to just turn 360 degrees and walk away. That's what I need to do. Because honestly, we as players, our walk speed, just this right here, this is faster than any of the zombies. This is all we have to do, is just turn and walk away. We don't have to sprint. We don't have to run. We just got to walk away. Displace. That's all we got to do. But we've had a good stream. I do have to get running. It's 10 p.m. here. So I'm going to go ahead and bid you all farewell for tonight. A screenshot from my next stream there for the thumbnail. And I will see you all then. Thank you for joining me, folks. Always good to have new regulars here. Hope to catch you around, bloody. Good chats. Alrighty, folks, I will see you all later. And one thing I always like to show off at the end of my streams is my practice of backing up the save. At the end of every stream, this is what I do. I just create a new folder, this one called 13, because this is the 13th backup of my save. And I just copy the entire save folder into that. So, my save folder is rather large. It is 221,000 files across 600 megabytes. So that's going to take a little while. I won't subject you guys to that.